right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall, my love, if you feel like I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
One, two, throw it down. Throw it down. Know we getting hyphy. One, two, throw it down. getting hypey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for this second edition of the VisionGaming Invitational. I am Nessix, I will be your host alongside Nukes. How are you doing, Nukes?
Very, very good, bro. Very good. How are you, my friend?
I am doing great, man. I'm so hyped for this 4 days tournament, man. Can you talk about this format and everything that's gonna happen this next few days?
Exactly. So we have two groups here tonight who will be playing. In day one, we got group Strobey. In day two, we got group Trox. Each of the groups have 6 teams in there. They will all be playing best of 5s throughout the 2 days. And in day 3, the top 4 of each group will go into playoffs. After the playoffs, they will play a double elimination bracket, get into the grand finals, hopefully, and then play from there. There is also a prize pool of 600 francs up for grabs, where the first team will get 400, the second will get 200, and the third will get 50 francs.
Absolutely, man. That looks absolutely insane. That's going to be a very interesting tournament because not only it's going to be Swiss teams, but we've got imports from European teams and also teams like from the Women's Carball Championship as well. So it might be a very good tournament. So let's just look at the 12 teams that is included in this tournament. Let's go through the first team that will be, I think, ladies first. We're going to talk about the group Strobey first, of course, because it's today, right? So yeah, you can see already a few logos that is known from the Swiss scene. There's like, let's say Irie Legacy first. I see my face, but I don't know who are these guys, right?
Yeah, no idea.
I have no idea as well, man. But yeah, teams like Irie Legacy who popped off in TCS and SEL lately. Aopik Gaming as well that came back to TCS Esports League as well. And yeah, do you know more teams from the, like, even outside? I don't know.
Not from the logo itself, but if you go into the players itself, I think we will get a broader understanding on who's actually playing, because there are going to be some big names coming up in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm so hyped to see the names actually. So I guess let's go through the first team of tonight, which is LadiesFirst. That is a team that is actually affiliated to VisionGaming. It's one of the 3 rosters, if I'm not wrong, from VisionGaming. 2 out of 3 of the main players are females players, and 2 of them are also Swiss. So that's more a Swiss team than an international team. But do you know more about them or not at all?
Well, I've seen them play a few times. I've seen Poli play a few times at Switzerland, for example, and stuff. Not the strongest, but also not the weakest, I would say. Paella has been around since the absolute beginning of Rocket League esports in Switzerland, so I know him from way back. has been a good player then, is still a pretty good player today. I think he won't be playing tonight since he got the booster shot and is now out of play. Unlucky for him, but for him subbing in is iRivela. iRivela, one of the strongest players in Switzerland, in my opinion. You know, I've seen him play. I've played with him as well in TCS and stuff, and he's very advanced. He's a very fun guy as well. So iRivela definitely the man to look out for in the squad.
Yeah, I do agree as well. I do agree, but I see that the first three players are actually ACSR, Poli, and Mako. So Rivella is still a sub. So who knows? Maybe he will play. So we don't know. But absolutely, I'm totally agreeing with you. They have been a good season in SCL Intermediate. They finished third. So they promoted even in the Challenger Cup through the Clincher Cup. So I am actually really hyped to see them playing tonight. Let's go through the second team. That's gonna be their opponents, I think, tonight for the first game on stream, which is Atlantide Wave. That was the team I was mentioning about the WCBC, actually. Can you say a bit about them?
I'm going to be totally honest. I have absolutely no idea. I have zero information about the squad. I have not seen any of the players particularly. I have heard of the organization, though, and know that they, in the past, had very good players. So I'm very excited to see what they can bring.
Yeah, I am the same. I never saw them playing, with this roster at least. But I've been looking a bit in the Wikipedia, for example, of the WCBC. I see they are last at the moment in the league. So I don't know, maybe they are not in a good mood at the moment. But who knows, maybe they'll pop off and just take it all in this group, Strobey, actually. But I'm really hyped to see them playing, actually, and actually face them, because I have to play them in this group, right? But yeah, that's an interesting team there. We've got Amphiré, Delia, Poechimka, and Rasmiltor as their coach. Rasmiltor is quite known in the French scene as a coach, so maybe it's going to be a very strong point for them tonight.
Well, we'll see throughout the tournament, but for now, we can go into the next team, which is going to be Irie Legacy. I would say one of the top 4 contenders in this tournament tonight. Very, very strong team. They have popped off, as you said before, in TCS, won the SCSL as well this season, so they're on fire currently, have their momentum up as well. So for the first 3 players, their main players, we got Toif, we got Pryth, who's an Englishman, and then we also got Juju. As their sub, they also got Reziers, which is absolutely still mind-boggling to me that they got a player of that caliber in the roster. And as their impro player, they also have Carbo. Who do you think is the main standout player here?
I'd say it's Juju, Toif, and Pryth, to be honest. At least that's what I've seen in the post and in Wikipedia as well. But who knows, maybe Reziers or Carbo just tends in and pop off. But I mean, I'm quite surprised to see Juju back, because he was supposed to be the sub during the season and he hasn't played much. So maybe he'll be like the strong point, because I've been personally like surprised he was not main, because he's such a great player as well. And Juju is standing in for Themo, actually, who was playing for Irie Legacy during the season. I don't know. It could be a very interesting swap, I'd say. And as you said, they won like SEL and did third in TCS. So yeah, very, very strong opponent there in this group. So let's move on, I think, for their next opponent, which will be Aopik Gaming. I think you know a bit more about them than me.
Yes, Aopik Gaming. I know 3. Well, I actually know all players. I've played against all of them before. Aroli, I know also since way back when. Has been playing with the Rocket Felines and then also went into eParadise as well. So he had some experience gained in the Swiss Esports League already. So Aroli, a very, very good player. And we also have Brain. Personally, don't know much, but I have played against him as well quite a few times, and he is a very, very strong player. And with them, they also have Greeks. Hasn't had much tournament experience so far in Switzerland itself, but a very, very solid player. He is very mechanical, very fast as well. Definitely, for me, standout player in this main roster for Aopik Gaming. And then we also have Lee Fox. Also a very, very high caliber Rocket League player, just like Reziers that we had in Irie Legacy. So Lee Fox, I believe he's a rank X player in 6-man. So very consistent, very mechanical, and definitely can push the team a lot further.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like a very strong opponent as well. I mean, they've requalified for TCS Esports League, so they showed Switzerland that they are in top of Switzerland actually. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how they will pop off today, because they've put it Brain again, because I know that during the qualifier of TCS they put it Lee Fox and they qualified for it with him. So I don't know if with the change again with Brain it will work again or not, but that's definitely a very strong team there as well. So yeah, definitely 4 strong teams, but it's not enough. There's 6 teams in this groups. So yeah, let's move on to the next team, who should be Team Solid, if I am right. Yes. I know personally that these guys are also Swiss, and you probably know a bit more than me because you played them in SEL, if I'm correct.
Yes, you're very correct. We only had, I think, 1 game against them, but still, we personally lost against them 2-3. We had Curse on our roster, no disrespect to him, but my man has not played for 3 months and had to come in. Still got the 2 games, but didn't get the 3rd, unfortunately, but still. Yeah, I remember Fisco and Retox. I don't remember Michael, if I pronounced that name correctly, but I know from Retox and Fisco they're also very fast players, and that they have very good mechanics as well. At the time, I saw a lot of potential in them. I think by that time they have probably trained a lot harder, has been playing together, so they could really do some damage against some other teams here in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It's a surprise for me. I never heard of them before. I think I heard about Retox before, but not these 2 teammates. And when I saw and checked the STL website and saw they won the Open Division, and you told me that you lost against them, I was kind of surprised. So for me as well, could be a very good surprise in this group Strobey today. Yeah, we'll see. And let's move on to this last team, I'd say, of group Strobey. Who are they? Who are they?
No idea, bro. Never seen them. Never heard of them.
I don't know, man. It's so weird. They use my name, they use my face, but I have no clue who they are. Really?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do any damage here. I think it's probably just a full team of no names. Probably not gonna do much damage. I think they're gonna just lose in this first day already, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel well with these names as well. It's kind of weird. Now that jokes aside, actually, it's my own team. Yeah, of course it is me. But what can I say about us? It's
go
the
ahead.
roster we played during the TCS Esports League 2 seasons ago, actually. It's been a while. We didn't play together. What can I say more? This FC Nessic squad, I was playing with Turb and Kara, not Chocorino, and we arrived last in Premier Division, so I don't know. Okay,
well, I don't think we're gonna get this opportunity much, but you know, since you're also going to be playing here, I think I will just might give you a pre-game interview, my guy.
All right.
Do you already know who your first opponents are going to be?
Oh man, I forgot.
Okay. Unlucky. Then we will just go on to the next question. What do you think? Which teams are the ones to look out for in your group? Who are the strongest in your opinion, and who are maybe even the free wins that you can get here?
Oh, free wins? Never free wins. Actually, none is free wins. But I saw all of them kind of. Apart from Atlantide Wave, I've never seen them playing. But all of them, I know they are capable of great stuff. I know they can be very tough opponents. And I mean, we are here more as like a fun team than a very try-hard team. So, I mean, we wouldn't care that much if we end up last. But of course, it's not the goal. It's not the goal. We want to pass through the top 4 and go for the double LM bracket. But yeah, I'm actually like not scared, but I know that every team is capable of great.
That's very good to hear. Very good to hear. Well, since we got that interview done, I think we can move on to the next group here. We have Group Trox, with the first team being Monkey Squad. As the first player, we have YKL, aka Young Kid Leo, aka Taps, who has, after 10 days, once again came out of retirement. Probably the longest retirement I've seen from him so far, since it's not the first one that we've seen. But still, let's not talk about that too much, since he's here now. Definitely show something. We also on the roster have Lethal, and we also have Flexi, and as the sub, or import, I would say, they also have Revenge. If I know correctly, I think Lethal Effects and Revenge are all German players.
Absolutely.
Tabs only being the one Swiss player in the roster. I can say a lot about Tabs and Lethal since I've played it with them at Lostic in last TCS season. Very talented players. I mean, they can put on great pressure. They have won against some very good teams throughout the TCS season as well. Mechanically very strong, and the synergy is there. But how can I say this? Sometimes it gets a little bit tilted, I would say, which is something, my personal opinion, they need to work on. Maybe that's why the retirement has been made here and reverted once again. So we're gonna leave it at that. Yeah, Monkey Squad still one of the teams I would think to be in a top 4 contender. Very strong team, and yeah, I'm excited to see what they can bring into the tournament.
All right, so let's see if they have the mental to keep it up and just go through the top 4 of this group Trox. So let's see another opponent of them, which will be actually the main roster of VisionGaming here, which is Venom. I know them a bit better than you, I think, since I have been in VisionGaming in the past, and I've scrimmed against these guys a few times, mostly Macro and Switz. Keve has been the imported player that has come through the season, actually. They actually finished 5th in the SCL Challenger division, which is not a bad result, I'd say. Kind of good result, in my opinion. But yeah, I see your name here. You are actually their sub as well, if I'm correct.
You might see me in a VisionGaming shirt in the future, but we will keep that on the low for now. But yes, in this tournament, I will be subbing in. I was actually hoping I could get my own team in here, but it was full already. So I decided to go as a sub in, since I think 2 or 3 are not going to be here throughout the whole tournament. So if they make it further, I'm going to be there to help out. All
right. But a very interesting, actually, thing about them is that all the players are Swiss. Every single one here is Swiss. Macro, Switz, Skyor, Keve, and you. You all are Swiss. So if they can show in this group that Switzerland is on top of Europe, because we know that there's other teams in this group that are not at all Swiss, it could be a good sign for the Switzerland scene. No, I'm not gonna lie about it. Let's see.
We will, but we will go over the next team here. We got, if I'm correct, Miss Esports. Me personally cannot say much about them, but I've played against them in the last 2 lands that I've been in Lockenload and in Switzerland, and yeah, they had good performances there. I don't remember exactly where they went, but playing against them was very hard, I would say. They are one of the few teams who have a very, very good chemistry in and outside of the playing field as well. So it's going to be very nice to see them play. Miss Esports, you know, I will still think I would see 1 or 2 open net misses because it is their signature.
Of course, man. I mean, I am totally agreeing with what you said, mostly about the synergy. It's been like 2 years I am in the Swiss scene now, and this team hasn't moved a single bit. Barney, Optimer, Shikashi have been 3 players with, of course, Mercuti. They have been all 4 a team, and they never moved or never left and made someone else join. And they have Kiever as their coach now. Such a strong player from the past seasons of TCS, of course, in Switzerland. So I think this season has been a very good addition for them. And it has been seen in the results as well. They finished 3rd in the Challenger division. So they were very close to promoting 1st division. But sadly, they just dropped, I think, last series before actually putting it into the 1st division. So very close from it. And they keep working. And that's great signs. So for me as well, if they don't do their signature move, of course, in my opinion, they can be a very tough opponent for all the teams here.
Well, we can go over to the next team here. We got SV Glass Esports, if I am pronouncing that correctly. Nesix, you have to correct me for my French here, but
it
yes.
was perfect, man.
Thank you. But for the non-French speaker, we will just shorten it to EGE for now. We got the 3 players, Fleek, Zephyr, and Taz. In my opinion, grand finalist contender right here. I mean, Fleek has played TCS last season with Scary Esports. Unfortunately, didn't have the best results, but still made their mark on the page. Zafair, he has won basically every Swiss esports tournament or league ever. Like, he's the 5-time champion of the TCS Esports League, has won SCSL countless time as well, was able to play in RLRS as well with his old team with Mirrorwing and Yagi, if I remember correctly. And
Right, yeah.
we also have Taz in the building, ex-FC Barcelona player. In my opinion, also one of the smartest 1v1 players worldwide. Has been for a while as well. So absolutely amazing team that is coming through here in this VisionGaming Invitational. So as I said, I think this will be the team to look out for the most.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with you, man. This is such an interesting roster. I was not expecting it when I received the papers with the teams, but this roster is so impressive. And for the ones that are wondering what essuie-glace means, in French that means windshield wipers. So the things that just like wipe the rain when you're on the road, for example. So yeah, that's what it means, and that's why the casters are going through EGE. I think it's just easier for everyone to understand who they are and to pronounce it as well. Not gonna lie about it, but yeah, very interesting team there, and I'm really looking forward to their gameplay as well. So yeah, let's go through, I think, the 11th team and 5th team of this group, Trox, which is Chrome GG. I am not gonna lie about it. I've heard very, very few about them. I know that this is a European team, a complete European team. Waylone Sin, Skids Radel, M King, I'm not even sure how you pronounce them, Valid. They are all from like different countries, actually. One is from Norway, one is from England, one is from Belgium, one from Netherlands, and the coach, or sub, yeah, the coach is Valid, from Great Britain. So very interesting team there. I've seen also that in a few days ago there has been this tournament called Redirect GG. They arrived 5th to 8th, I think. So a good performance as well. I don't know much about their ranks or about their gameplay, but I'm really willing to see how they play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a team coming in just like Chrome GG, you know, not having the biggest reach, not having really anything to show so far, still coming in, you know, having a platform here to really show us what they can do. I don't know if we will see them in future Swiss esports conventions or anything like that. Or maybe they will just stay in the European era, which I think is probably what's going to happen here. But still nice to have a team which is completely international, who does not know anything about the Swiss esports scene, I would think. So yeah, we will see how it like reaches from Swiss esports to international esports, if that's like, you know, a big difference, or if we will, you know, have a big difference. Who knows? Yeah. But yeah, Chrome GG coming in, hopefully coming in hot, and we will see for what they will show us.
Yeah, I do agree totally. And I mean, now that we have been a bit more into the unknown teams, let's go through the last team of this group, which is none other than TT Will Happen. The names of the players, I'm not gonna lie about it, I've never heard them before, but when I checked on Wikipedia, these guys are actually 3rd in Nitro League Season X Division 1 this season right now. So these guys are absolute beasts right now. So I think this is also a contender for Grand Finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've played against them at a few Nice Cactus events as well. Played some scrims, 1 or 2 against them as well. And yeah, all 3 players, PZ, NKS, and all you, very, very strong players. Very mechanical, have very high pressure in their gameplay as well. NKS, actually, if you know Rocket League Swipe, which is basically the mobile adaptation of Rocket League, NKS is the first player worldwide to hit Grand Champion in every single rank on Sideswipe. So he probably has more knowledge than any of us. Who knows if he's that strong in Rocket League on the PC or on PS. I don't know where he plays, but probably on the PC. If he's that good on the PC as well. But yeah, as you said, also I would think is a grand finalist contender here. You check Wikipedia, they play Division 1 in Nitro League. They also play Division 1 in 7 Series, if I remember correctly. And yeah, they have very good playstyle, so I'm definitely seeing them in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, definitely a very strong team and a very strong group, I'd say, because we've got both teams from SG Glass Esports and this TT will happen right in the same group. But that's going to be played on day 2, actually. So I am really willing to see what they can bring tomorrow. Yeah, we have gone through all the teams, so let's do a real quick recap of the groups. Group Strobey, which is composed of Irie Legacy, Aopik Gaming, LadiesFirst, Atlantide Wave, Team Solid, and my own team, which is going to be played today when we are going through the casters. We are going to move away, and I'm going to go play, actually. And yeah, let's just introduce also the group stage of Group Strobey, but that's going to be for tomorrow, of course. So I'm going to say hi to my friends Danny Boy and Spooks. How are you doing, my guys?
Well, we're doing quite well. Thank you very much for the warm introduction and the pre-show, gentlemen. And if you don't mind me just asking a quick question on behalf of everybody for you, NSX, who are you playing with today? Because I heard it was a bunch of no-namers and you forgot who you are. Are you NSX out of interest?
Man, I don't know. I just picked random teammates. Nah, I'm kidding. But of course, I'm playing with my very great friends, Turb and Chacarino. As I said, these guys have been the team I've been grinding for last year, actually. We played TCS's first league together, and now it has been like, I've seen Chacarino telling me that it's been 4 months he didn't touch the game, so he just reopponed today for playing it. It's gonna be an interesting one, but we're just gonna have fun. And no, this is not no-namers, but I just love these guys, and it's just gonna be a fun tournament with that.
A fun tournament as well too. And Spooks, we know you have it mentioned as well too. May as well do a quick whip around in terms of predictions of who potentially might win the tournament or the standout team. And Spooks, so far, who would be the team for yourself? And we'll go to yourself, Nukes, and Nessex for this order.
I would have to give it to TT will happen. I've seen them up and close in scrims and in games they've played. If there's one team that is up and coming, is playing incredibly well, especially as a team, it's them. So I have them taking it all.
Okay. Well, also thinking TT will have get into the grand finals, but I think actually the winner is going to be EGE here. I think with Fleeks, Affair, and Taz, the tournament experience that they have before, and a little bit of the random factor coming in as well, I think they might actually get the win here.
I agree with Nukes here. I mean, for all the rosters we've seen, these 2 last teams, TT Will Happen and SG Glass, are for me the strongest, but SG Glass has probably just the RLCS experience, I'd say.
Well, that's fair opinions, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution to that. We wish you well with your respective teams during this tournament as well, but my prediction for this tournament so far is NextX is going to be eliminated in the group stage. He doesn't make it far in tournaments, so I'm just giving you a warning to anybody who's tuned in. TCS Season 5, I believe it was, 9th place, 1 win.
Not a bold prediction at all.
No, it's not bold at all. So, NSX, we love you, but unfortunately, I think it might be a short trip on the pitch today. We will see, of course, how you do later on. But, gentlemen, thank you very much for hopping into that one. And Spooks, I think it's time for us to take us further on to our Game 1 series here, because we did hear those gentlemen speak very much about this opening match here, and I must say it is great to see the women of the esport taking centre stage here on VisionGaming and Irie Legacy's channel here, because this is the match that some people might be looking at sort of going, what could it do? What could be happening here? And Atlantide Wave, their supporters have came in loud and great to see, of course, for the support here, but a few of them might be on the slight cautious side of things, it seems.
Well, for Atlantide Wave, they, of course, haven't had the best season so far in WCBC, but they are still being coached, and they're still a very growing team. And I think that's probably what they're looking for as well with this. Grow, gain more experience, even in other tournaments, and keep going further and further and further and further. That's what I expect to see from them. I hope they can create some type of good, long-lasting offense in this game, but for me, it's going to be a real throw-up match. I have no idea who's taking this.
Well, no idea as well, too. And I find it hilarious that, these gentlemen talk about pronouncing team names or players' names correctly, and they decide to give me the most difficult one to start off with. I know him, or know her as Chloe, Alphas in particular in this matchup here, Spooks, and I must say I'm not happy with her. She made me lose my GC3 rank 2 days ago.
Poor baby.
I know, I was so happy and I got completely destroyed, so...
Good.
Yeah. So she is an excellent player outright. She can hold the field quite well. Strong ability on the field as well too. But there's a few other players that we could easily talk into. We are waiting for one team to slightly join the lobby. That is why there's a slight delay. We are just informing you. So if you want to get something to drink, something to eat, this is the time to do it here. But you talk about Atlantic Wave and talking about the coaching more specifically. Rasmore generally gets overlooked in the scene quite a lot as well. French caster on Rocket Baguette, but if you actually look through his history, he's actually got a decent record, especially bringing on, I don't want to be disrespectful, no names up through the ranks, and if you are a good sort of player on its rank, takes you that to the next level. So he has that going for him. So what is the level that we're expecting for? Because we're simply wondering here, are they going to come out straight out the attack, or is this going to be a slow starting type game here? Because it is the first series. It's the first series of the entire tournament. A lot of nerves obviously going to be on these shoulders. So what is actually going to be on the pitch here from this Atlantide Wave side, especially when you have a decorated coach on your roster?
I would expect probably a very standard tactic that you see a lot in these types of games, where you see a slow build-up. You start off very safe, playing exactly what some coaches would call perfect Rocket League, where you try to make as minimal mistakes as you can, and then slowly start amping up your own playstyle, looking to create more offense, looking to create more chances, be it through demos or be it through solo plays. That doesn't really matter, but you can really start seeing, or I hope we can see that you start seeing a bit of an amp up from both these teams.
Well, sort of round, but we might as well touch on ladies first in terms of the roster as well too. There was quite a lot of talk here about iRivela, who is potentially only a sub in quotations on this roster. We don't know necessarily fully which of the lineup is. We presume it's the full roster coming in, obviously. But if iRivela does come in, is the biggest name so far, and based on what we've just seen here, iRivela has joined the field here. So that does mean iRivela is playing as one of the main players here. Is he going to be key on this pitch, or is there going to be something much more, can we say, potent than what we would normally see?
I think that he's a bit of a make or break type player. He can really just amp up the playstyle. He can really just get you guys going and make a team just that next level. But you need a team that knows this about him, that can help it fully and emphasize that more and more by passes or by good plays. So to really enable him. If they can enable him, it's going to be a really strong team. If not, they might struggle a bit more than what some people may be expecting.
Well, what they may be expecting as well too. Don't forget to have your prediction, of course, on the Twitch stream as well too. But we do have 6 players ready on the pitch as well too. This might be a surprise to some people in the scene. To me, I think we're going to see a few fireworks here. Game 1 underway.
Let's get us underway right from the get-go. It's a shot, and within 3 seconds, Atlantide Wave just showing us what they are planning to do today.
iRivela, who was built up as meant to be the sort of star player on the pitch here by Nukes and NSX respectively. They talked about the Swiss scene being strong. Not a strong start already from them. We'll see what Atlantide Wave can do here. But Polly, time onto the ball here. And you were only wondering about VisionGaming last time around when they had the international. She was the broadcaster in question. It was a shame that she missed out playing-wise. This time on centre stage, rightly so here. And with one play into the middle here, not happening. And this is a decent ball over to iRivela to get something going here for a side that has been struggling for the opening 30 seconds.
So yeah, brings that ball back into the middle. It is being caught right there. Trying to maybe give some space to yourself, give some patience, and that demo will definitely help them a tiny bit. It's a good pass into the midfield from Atlantide Wave, and that's the stuff you like to see, Danny. Those passing plays where they're clearly looking for each other, as here Pochimpa tries to do it all alone.
Well, temporarily doing it alone, but that one goal originally from Atlantide Wave So far breaking the two different so far here on shot target and Paul off the wrong side. And that's a decent whip around into the corner. No second touch to follow through here. So gap wide opening here for both sides. It's an opportunity required to be taken. And that should have been 1-1. And we talked about Miss Esports, talking about missing clean opportunities. It's the former broadcaster missing her chance.
Well, it happens, but now you just have to reset yourself and look back at it once again. And what I'm currently looking at is a car from Dilia that I haven't seen in round about 3 years, Danny.
Didn't know you were old enough to recognize that
Oh,
car.
okay. I mean, for you, of course, you understand that fully. It was only just a speck of your time on this earth, wasn't it?
Well, we might have a few times to spec out the rest of the field here. There's only one game of 5 that's going to be broadcasted. Other matches are happening as well. Sadly, off stream as well too. So those matches will be updated shortly as well too. But should be attempting shots here, and that should have really been on target at least here. But Polly,
No.
I hate to do this so early, but that's just diabolical.
Oh, and there he brings out the diabolical as well. You know things are not good if Danny starts with the diabolical. That's just not what you like to see, but it happens. Now it's just reset it in your head, think of it again, and go move further. Of course, this is a perfect opening for Atlantide Wave. I think the fans in chat are probably very excited from the looks of this.
Rightly so, should be. But the question is, how excited will they be continuing? Because 2 goals to the better, especially Atlantide Waves fans, because they've been enjoying what they've seen. And iRivela missing the ball so easily, so simple, especially for him. Especially talked about the TCS record on the pre-show. Should be doing much more, and will be later on as well. Here as Polly gets the ball into the corner, no follow through here. So everything so far, not necessarily rhythmic, but certainly on the slower side of things.
Well, at least for LadiesFirst, you know it's the best of 5. You know you have enough time to come back into this and just reset yourself fully, as these first 3 minutes have not gone your way. It's still like that Wave pushing the balls, just keeping it locked into the blue half. And when you see a chance like that happening where they might be able to get out, they just aren't able to, as Amphere once again just gets the ball in front of the net. No one there to finish it off, but I actually like it from Atlantide Wave. You don't need to finish it off right now because you're 2-0 up still. And make it 3-0 almost. Never mind, I shouldn't have spoken.
So far here, Atlantide Wave is scoring at least 2 goals. Had an opportunity for goal number 3. That one's moved subtly nicely into the side here. It's nice to see a few goals being scored and saved. Well, unfortunately, Team Liquid still hasn't learned that skill so far here. Somebody must have thought it was a joke. They had somebody called Team Solid in the tournament as well too, but we'll touch on that later on.
Well, iRivela now taking it to the side, looking for a bit of control, trying to get it back into the midfield. As Zera passes it back to iRivela. Can he do it himself? No, he cannot. The ball just gets pushed on down right away. And this means that Atlantide Wave can just reset themselves once again. The ball gets pushed back once again. I'm waiting for that one person to stand in the middle for LadiesFirst. It's just one person away from getting an offense that actually gets into the net. But they just lack that person right now.
I have to agree with that. It's just lacking all around, but credit to Atlantide Wave, they are finding the passing players and getting those opportunities to slice it right through. That's why they have at least a 2-goal lead so far. But maybe, and just maybe for the wrong reasons here, it is the game 1. It's not necessarily the right time to play. You haven't got time to feel into the match here. It's a decent save here, and so far, I think that's only the first shots here we actually genuinely seen from LadiesFirst that was somewhat threatening.
I mean, we also had the other shot that hit the crossbar and didn't go in, even though the goal was wide open for like 5 seconds. But that doesn't really matter, because the ball just ends up going all the way back to the blue half. And that means that game 1 goes to Atlantide Wave. And I think that is a bit worrying for LadiesFirst, because we may actually see what I said at the beginning, where Atlantide Wave is going to slowly try and amp up their speed. If that is the truth for LadiesFirst, it's going to be a really hard match.
It's going to be a difficult one, to say the least here, but Atlantide Wave looked almost pretty much a side ready to start with, and let's not joke around here. I think a few people who've seen Atlantide Wave in the bracketers in terms of the group stage probably was wondering why did they get an invite. Well, let's just say here they've shown quite well and deservedly so here. Ladies first, not playing with their full roster. Let's state that from the start. It was janky in terms of the motion of play, but they had opportunities. They failed to take it. So, can we see an improvement? Unfortunately, I'm going to be on the claim to say no. I'd like to be proven wrong on this one.
I think an improvement is not going to be that hard. It's, of course, finishing off the shots you do get, because there was opportunities for LadiesFirst to finish it off. But I do have to look more towards Atlantide Wave, and what impressed me the most is the passing plays. They're finding each other almost every single time. They're looking actively for those passes, and you can see that they can sustain their offense very well through that. Like, they're non-stop looking for one another.
Well, it just shows you what a good side can do, especially when you can find those options. It gives you the room, it gives you the ability to play. It's just, can they actually execute it based on the mechanics side of it too? And is the opposition able to play and defend from those situations? Ladies first, that's what you've got to find. A bit of defensive work required here already.
Ball goes all the way on to the Atlantide Wave side. This time it doesn't get finished. Still, I can't get to it quick enough. iRivela brings it right in front of the net. 2 whiffs coming out and still no goal. And it seems that it's the game 1 story all over again right from the get-go.
Well, if that's the case, well, we'll see. The unfortunate demise of a 2-0 scoreline here, Spooks, as that ball's left so precarious. And iRivela read it well here, but the shot was so easily on target here. Ella, one flip, pop around here, and decent bit of control, keeps in a safety spicy after the demo opens up a bit of green space.
Here you see it once again. They're looking for those passes once again. Yes, they may have been able to take that under a solo play, but no, they're non-stop looking for them. They know that's their strong suit, so they need to be actively looking for them. But this is a good opportunity. Ball ends up in front of the net, and you're once again looking for someone to follow it up. As Azara can do it all by themselves. Nope. Gets blocked off right away again.
iRivela just move that one into the middle, doing all by himself, and Polly up. And Emphasis sends it right downfield here, pops from the corner in 90 seconds. We do see it at 0-0, so an improvement here by LadiesFirst. They haven't conceded in any form first. That is the first goal by iRivela and LadiesFirst. So we'll move on happily now.
They will take that. It wasn't the best of goals, but they will just say thank you very much. We will move on from this one. It is a goal that was necessary for LadiesFirst. Maybe not the prettiest, maybe not the best set up goal, but in is in, and I don't think they really would care how it has been scored. As Azara tries to bring the ball back into the middle, but it only helps Atlantide Wave. The pass is there once again, but you may have wanted the demo to assist that. And this means Azara has a lot of time to get this on target once again, but can't finish it off. It's the crossbar that is just denying them.
It's good technique though, they get it up and around here, but that is the key element. Cannot finish it off, and consequences will be following. They cannot finish those chances off here. iRivela takes it, both strong 50s here, and Azara is up and around here. Follow through, but Polly leaves that one for iRivela. Would be more inclined to believe it was a mistake and a miss of a ball. Either way here, when you have your teammates in the right position, allows you to have that opportunity for a follow-up.
Shot is there. This one doesn't get saved. I thought that ball would have been saved easily, but it was missed. Azara right there gets blocked from the 50. And this means Delia just gets a quick shot on target, and the defense was not expecting it. That's at least how it looks like to me. It seems the defense was just waiting for maybe another pass into the midfield.
Certainly I was expecting the save, and yes, that's sort of the follow-through. But this game has not been normal. Let's not kid ourselves here on this one. It has just felt defensively weak at times here, but hopefully we'll see that one pick up here. But nice to see LadiesFirst. And it's the key part of our summary, if you want to describe it, in game 1, is that they didn't have opportunities. They've got a few there, and that one there ricochets on in.
Good clear coming out for Atlantide Wave. iRivela looking for control, looking to sustain that a tiny bit, but gets intercepted right from the get-go. And a double commit doesn't look good. But Atlantide Wave was just a bit too patient right there. Maybe could have punished it. But here comes the shot, and that's the 2-1 for Atlantide Wave.
Credit where it's deserved. Follow through, strong 50, and whips onto the ball here. iRivela, for the most experienced player on this pitch through TCS history, showing none of those qualities. Should have cut that one in. Should have really done so much more better. And,
Oh, painful. You know, I'm looking at chat right now, and they are enjoying it. They're fully enjoying it. You can see them going wild at the moment.
It might have been a 3v3 match, but so far, Atlantide Wave had decided to play the role as executioner here on the opening game. When they get running here, the blade has been sharpened and there is nothing left. No safety, nobody to hide behind iRivela. It's an excellent shot. It's just a shame right to the teammate Polly, who will be feeling, unfortunately, quite horrible with the performance so far here.
But to put it in perspective, how important this game may be for you, Danny. If they, let's say they 3-0 this series, they basically set themselves apart and away from that bottom two. Remind yourself, it's a group stage. The bottom two of the group don't go through. So you just need to make sure that you're not in that bottom two, and right now they're doing a good job with that.
That shows you maybe game differential might play some factor into it as well too, and hence taking a game here and there will be hugely important, and that's what LadiesFirst will have to consider to some point, is that double touch attempt here. To be fair, credit to it was decent technique and the quality was there. Not the defense, however, on the other side of the field. We're back within one.
iRivela setting this one up fully alone, and he lands on top right there on the roof and just makes sure that they cannot do anything in the defense. And it opens it up for Azera, and I want to see that a bit more from LadiesFirst. Try and get a bit more of disruption plays in. Get some demos in, get some bumps in. Make sure the enemy side cannot set themselves up as easily. Because here, right again, a big clear comes out. These are the moments where you must be looking for bumps on that last and third man.
Right there. Atlantide Wave patiently now laying the clock down here. Polly straight on target, Tyler straight down. iRivela just pops this one up here. This ball should have been whipped away here with an infield pass, and eventually does here in the follow through. Oh, just a pixel too short. And Polly just throws this one up here. That's the last roll of the dice, not dropped down here. Atlantide Wave playing the game management side to perfection, it seems.
But that is a very dangerous ball, and it just gets saved from the goal line. But it's not on the ground just yet. It's an awkward spot, and this one will be hit to the ground unless iRivela can do something about it. He cannot. Gets shut down. And this means that Atlantide Wave go 2-0 up in this series and forces LadiesFirst to get a reverse sweep.
I might be a lot in terms of unpopular with my statement with the Atlantide Wave fans, and I don't care. Boo for breaking the rule one. Why didn't you just keep it up here? Come on, with one goal left. Be brave, keep it up, come on. Want to see a bit of thrill and excitement here. I've done well trying to at the last point, but credit to both sides. Reasonable opening performance. Continued right through here. LadiesFirst had to be the side who picked it up. They done that. It's just unfortunately not able to link up when it mattered most.
So when you were talking about Rule 1, I was desperately looking at, wait, what did I miss? Where were the people interlocked with each other? But no, of course, you mean keeping the ball up. Okay, boomer mode. This makes me sad, Danny. Why do you have to bring that in? We all know.
I'm just disappointed that you're always wrong when it comes to that.
No, I'm always right.
Kids
Are we going to have this discussion again, Danny?
Oh, we will. Whether it's off
course,
stream or on stream, be interesting enough. But game 3, though, Spooks, will be underway quite shortly, and is so as well too. But let's not get in the argument just yet on two numbers just yet, as the main one is 2-0 series-wise against LadiesFirst. And frankly, I wouldn't say they don't deserve to be in that position, but they've left themselves in that query.
I think it's very much for Atlantide Wave picking up the pieces that LadiesFirst is giving you. They are punishing a lot of the mistakes, a lot of the mishaps coming out from LadiesFirst, as this iRivela trying to do it all by himself once again, can't get past the defense. And that's the stuff I'm talking about. You can really notice that Atlantide Wave has set themselves up from the defense and moved forward as a team. They're looking for each other, and here as well, the pass forward comes once again.
Gotta give credit here, and rightly so spotted there by Spooks here. The passing play from the back lanes on point at least gives him a free chance here on target with a shot here. Down block, but iRivela still keeping on to the ball. His dribbles has been on point here, and that's a sloppy one to leave here. Delia on the right here being chased down in the middle here. Atlantide Wave rotation, very much old school, very much season 2, season 3 sort of RLCS style, but I'll be honest with you, I much prefer those old days, and it's a better way of rotation in my opinion.
Well, the one thing I really noticed from their rotation style is the old Dignitas style, and Delia just gets a free goal. It seems that LadiesFirst has also gone back to season 2.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can we have iRivela as the interviewee for at least LadiesFirst? I know it's normally not the losing side that gets it, but if it is possible, an extra one, I like to ask him how does it feel to miss the ball in key moments every single time so far. The most experienced player on this pitch has been the biggest blunder. Some would thought it would have been the teams who have never played in a tournament or in a very little situations. Dilas towards the second. Much a great statement here by Atlantide Wave here, and iRivela, maybe a retirement on the cards here. He's been absolutely beaten every time.
Oh god, Danny, please never change.
Oh, I should have retired a long time ago.
As Delia passes it back to the front once again, and this is actually just how game 1 and 2 went as well. I expected Atlantide Wave to maybe amp up their speed and their control and the playstyle a tiny bit more. It hasn't been necessary. They've just been able to play the same way. This should be on target. Azara at least tries to make this a more interesting game, making it 2-1 once again. An important one. A very important one. Because if you let Atlantide Wave get back into the 3-0 saddle, you're not coming back.
Just shows you what a one goal can do. That might just be the catalyst to get things going here. But a shot here by Atlantide Wave just would be potent enough.
Oh.
Sidebar in. Pochimina gets one in, and frankly here, I'm not saying, but we don't need the point games when we missed that one, iRivela.
And that's not a miss, Danny. He got taken out.
No.
He got sniped. You can be a bit nice to iRivela right there. He
No,
got
I'm not.
sniped down.
I'm not. He should know better. He should know better, rightly so, when I'm in the casting booth. They will be pointed out and shamed, and iRivela, the biggest disappointment so far of the tournament.
Is there some personal vendetta that I don't know about?
Maybe. I'm just jealous he gets to play in the league weekly. That's all what it is.
Danny, we both know you're not good enough for this.
What we're talking about is player and caster. Some
Everything.
seem to be throwing stones here.
Well, at least another opportunity presents itself as Zara finishes it off once again. Clearly, they have figured out some type of way to at least get a cleanup going in the offense. And, well, the cleanup's name right now is Azara just smacking it inside.
Sometimes that's all what you need. And sometimes if you want to get something heavy, just lift iRivela up as well too and use him as a roadblock. That's all that he's been useful so far, especially in that second goal too. I'm in that mood right now because iRivela put me into it, and what a potential read that was from Azar. Not getting the final touch here, and 2 minutes on the clock here, and we may be still on the 3-0 sweep here for Atlantide Wave. It just shows you how much of a topsy-turvy game this is.
3-2 once again. Atlantide Wave have shown they are capable of holding on to that offense, but you need to see from LadiesFirst a bit of flair coming out. Well, maybe iRivela can do it. Maybe he can shut Danny up for a second while he sets himself up correctly, but cannot get past Delia, who once again blocks him off. Pass to iRivela. Can he get it back? No. Gets intercepted right from the get-go. Of course, Atlantide Wave isn't going to let you pass. They have been the passing team. They know how that's done.
Done it far too well here. That's the frustrating factor here. iRivela pops it up, and for the first time this season, and series, he's actually shot on target, and it was going in. Required a keeper. They get a touch onto it. Second touch Elise goes into the box here, 60-odd seconds here. That one's a freebie, and
Oh.
nobody in the back lines to save that one.
I have to hammer it down, and I will say it again and again and again. They are playing so much like an old Dignitas. With the way they're passing to each other, with the way they're rotating to each other. I am genuinely curious if Rasmotor can give some insight on this, if that's actually what he's going for that older style Dignitas where they're looking for each other and stuff. Because I find it genuinely beautiful to look at, because it reminds me of that so much.
Well, we're certainly hoping to see, and potentially we'll have more interviews later on. We will have that with hopefully as many players who are willing to coach as subs during this entire tournament here. Now iRivela, his shot's wide, that's no surprise. He's missed another one. I'm not saying here, get the wooden spoon award out for the worst player so far. iRivela, congratulations. You are at least on that list.
Danny, you're forgetting one other player that's still playing this tournament.
Nesix.
Yeah. Can't do worse than that. And iRivela, it just isn't working for him. Everything this man does, it just does not want to work. He's not even playing bad. Danny is joking around a lot, but he's not playing bad at all. He has 8 shots on target, Danny.
And not one of them has been realistically good enough to go through in some of those shots here. iRivela, yes, you may say, has played well enough here. If I was a Atlantide Wave here with a little bit of, I don't know, swag if you want to call it, I would write easy in chat, not GG's. That was too easy.
Oh, but yes, you're hammering in on iRivela. I just think this is mostly due to the blame of Atlantide Wave just intercepting anything the man tries to create. He was not allowed to do much, and when he was eventually doing stuff, he got intercepted. Not so true.
Well, that's true. Atlantide Wave has played an exceptional game, and credit to them, it's been exquisite from them. But ladies first, let's talk about some of the faults here. They aren't playing with their full roster. That's the first one, and the second one as well. They just didn't get things going here. Yes, you can talk about how well Atlantide Wave is, but the point that you mentioned earlier is the bottom two that's got to be careful. They failed to pick up a game here, and that's going to be the biggest oh no when it especially gets in the groups. But Nesix, it's near enough guaranteed to be eliminated as well, so they just have to worry about 5th splits here.
Just have to make sure you don't get into that bottom part. That's important. I think they are capable of doing it. 100%. Yes, that's also because Nesix is playing in this group. There's still another team that I have to play. Atlantide Wave was one of the teams I was expecting to be near that side where it's the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They just almost guaranteed themselves to not be in that position anymore. Now it just is a fight for whoever gets into that position.
Now, who will be vying into that position will be certainly interesting to see here. But both of those two teams, especially Atlantide Wave, deserve the respect and deserve to be here based on performance and the quality they've demonstrated onto the pitch here. But that does mean we're going to take a quick break here. We will have a short interview and we'll be moving into the second series. Until then, we'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Vision Gaming Invitational number 2. And you know what? There was no 2 on the scoreboard. It was a very much a 3-0 win for Atlantide Wave. I said before the end of that match it was far too easy, and we will have an interview as well, I believe, and I might be wrong here, with the captain of Atlantide Wave, Irie. How are you? Welcome to the stream as well too. I must say that was an exceptional performance from you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And yes, I am the proud captain of this team of 2 wonderful ladies. And our coach has done wonderful work as well, I have to say. But yeah, we just tried to play our game and just do the rotations that we were taught and the transitions that we were taught, and it worked, funnily enough.
Well, it worked to perfection, it seemed to be as well. I know Spooks is a part-time coach himself, not very successful. I'm just going to remind everybody, if you do want to available that there. There was a bit of joshing
Ouch.
going around in the background right now, and I'm not getting over with the old commentary there. I'm very useful. Still young in terms of the casting in this scene, but
Yeah,
I
go
mean,
tell yourself that.
thanks for that, Spooks. Anyways, with that performance so far, it's the first game down. I'm not saying that was an easy performance in terms of what you did have, but what was the main difference, at least in terms of on the pitch it felt? Because I'm not saying when you were playing against iRivela, you did not care while he was on the pitch. He was the most experienced. It just felt like you didn't care who you're playing against. Is that the attitude you're coming in with this tournament?
Well, if you're trying to be one player that's really good, or two players, because I think Azzy is really good as well, but you have to play as a team. That's the best way to go around it. If you just try to beat the player man on man, it's just not going to work. You have to do it as a team. Woo!
Well, then in comes my question, because you're talking about, oh, we have to do it as a team, and I brought it up during the game as well. But are you guys, because the way you guys are playing, it reminds me so much of the old Dignitas team with Kata,
Yes.
Violent Panda, and Turbo. Is that genuinely what you guys are semi-aiming to do?
Yes, that is exactly what we're trying to do. We've been trying to achieve that with our coach and the two other ladies for about 2 months now. I think right now we're getting the basics kind of right, but we can't get those like wonderful transitions plays that Turbo and K-Dop were known for, as well as Violent Panda. We're just trying. Right now we're just trying.
I mean, you can try as much as you want. It was very effective in that match, but practice
Thank
always
you.
makes perfect as well too. And I don't want to keep you too long because there is a nice break between each series. I want to give you time to relax, and very kind of you to join us for the interview as well. So I'm going to be very cheeky and say Team Solid coming up next. Don't want to be rude to Team Solid, but a bunch of no-namers in my opinion. I'm going to be blunt
Ooh.
about that. So is this another easy 3-0 win? Because it looks like you're going to top the group here so far based on your first series performance.
Oh, we can't say that yet, can we?
Oh, you can go on. Don't worry.
Okay,
They won't be.
all right.
They won't be in the tournament long enough to know about it. Spicy
Okay.
Nest.
I smell some bad blood there.
No, we actually are good friends. We play behind the scenes.
Jesus.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, Danny, it's always going to be a hard task to know if you're either friends with someone or if you hate their guts, because you treat them the same way anyway.
Brutal honesty is always the best policy, but with Team Salt that is coming up, are we going to see anything different here, because it feels like it's going to be the same way through that Dignitas style that you have been working out. It just feels too good at the moment to change
Why
anything.
change something that works?
Yeah, exactly.
If
But
it works, it works.
do you have a backup plan just in case if it doesn't, though?
I don't think we do now. Maybe we'll just rely on Delia just beating everybody on the pitch.
No,
Fair
that sounds good. But Emfrey, thank you very much for joining us for this quick interview. We more than likely will see you again, or maybe potential
hope
of
so.
one of your teammates for this interview, at least here for Vision Gaming. But that means we're going to have a quick stop here, break into the second series. Coming up next is that Team Salt and Atlantide wave. Of course, after that break, we also tell you the rest of the round one performance. But from us so far here on the Des, we'll see you after this break.
With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat, this bittersweet heat is suffocating. Heart was hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. We've come this far to win and run.
what you do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Welcome back to the Vision Gaming Invitational number 2, of course, here on the Irie Legacy Twitch channel. I hope you have enjoyed so far the content that has been placed on your screens here, as we did have our first series and Enfrey on for the interview as well. Far too sweet, Spooks, it seems to be toxic, very respectful, very mindful, which is unusual to see, and unfortunately, for a lot of the scene here, almost the silent assassin of the tournament.
Maybe they will be with the way they've been going, but then if you look at the table to our left or right, whichever way you want to look at it, it seems that everyone has been a bit of a silent assassin, because it's been 3 O's all around the board, Danny.
Well, might as well say that it has been that sort of 3-0 as well. It shouldn't be any shock in first place so far. As you can see, Atlantide, Aopik Gaming and Irie Legacy. Team Salt, Ladies First, as you saw recently on stream there, are 0-1, and well, FC Nessex is in the middle. That might be the highest so far that team will be so far at the tournament. We do love you, really, Nessex, and we'll stop it there for now anyways, as we will hopefully get onto that series in a moment, and I believe one of the players have forgot to put cross-platform on as well too. The last time I seen this was on, and talk about it, old times here, Spooks, and by old I mean quite recently. Boy Royal used to cast on Xbox, I think it was, and I didn't have it on, and an RLCS match got delayed because of that. Sorry, Bluey. Just to let you know, that was my fault. So we will have that match up shortly in a second. Seems to be that going to be the case. But Spooks, Team Salt versus Atlantide Wave. I said Atlantide Wave was far too easy. You were right with the Dignitas comparison. That is what they said also during the interview as well. It almost felt like what they're doing is a long journey. It just seems to be one of those ones that'll take 6 months to get up to the level, potentially into that bubble scene we'll see more regularly. Is that the right quality so far for a team of that quality?
They are looking to go the right direction. I do like the playstyle. I think they have a really good coach with them to process towards that direction. But like you said, it's going to take a bit of time. You're going to have to wait a bit. It's going to slowly build up with the experience with each other and hopefully also the individual ability. Because especially the last series we saw, it was very much just how do you say this correctly? A bit of a team show. Instead of normally a one-man show, it was just non-stop team plays that came through.
Well, non-stop as well too, and they were just outstanding so far here. We will potentially see another injury from, of course, Atlantide Wave if they do win the series as well too, but we might as well talk about more in terms of their opposition, Team Solid. I mean, that's a very unfortunate name here because you have a lot to live up to, but on a roster, I don't want to be disrespectful so soon to them. I don't recognize them, and I don't think many will recognize them. And do they have the qualities based on what the pre-show had to say? Not very much in terms of kind qualities.
I think I've seen some of the names hop around a tiny bit, especially Viscow comes familiarly close to what I may have seen somewhere, but it's not somewhere where I really see the name and I know who they are. Cuff, iRivela, for example, your biggest love. But for Atlantide Wave, if you win this right now, if you win this series against Team Solid, you basically secure yourself above those bottom 2 spots. While for the other end, Team Solid, you want to bring down Atlantide Wave, bring them back down to you, and make it a 1-1 for both of you.
That would potentially, in that case as well too, it would be fair to say that this Team Solid is an upcoming roster, in quotation, within the respective scene itself here, those Spooks. It's just, they've got an almighty task here, so are we just saying that Atlantide Wave should win this, and it should be no real surprise here?
I would be surprised if this is another 3-0, but I will agree with you, of course. Atlantide Wave should be the team that's going to take this win. But the way they are going to take the win, it's up on the table, so we'll see how they will take the win. Last time I said it was a coin toss who will win. Now this time around, I'm just going to go fully with Atlantide Wave.
Atlantide Wave, who came in, dominated with a 3-0. Currently sitting first on the leaderboards. Team Solid. Team Solid, who has fell on the direct opposite of it. Let's put it as plain in the black and white context of the red and white graphic that you saw it earlier. Of course, with everything that has been said, there's been a key point made somewhat in the pre-show with that Division 4 team came first. But again, Division 4 doesn't mean a lot. Most people look on Wikipedia, whatever the history books is, it is the top division and where you end up at. So they've got a long way to go here. Atlantide Wave, so far defensively, not challenged here, and that's on target. Double commit here. And unfortunately for them, Amphra is in the way of things.
Now I'm going to be curious if Team Solid is going to be a bit solid in defense and is going to force the offense from Atlantide Wave to actually commit to those solo plays, to no longer be able to just fully trust in each other. But here the ball just gets left alone for a bit. No one really wanting to touch it. Maybe they saw something on it they didn't like.
Well, hopefully with that as well too. I might see a few things as well. That being the case as well, may as well let you know in terms of the other round 2 matches that is happening. Irie Legacy person Aopik gaming already, and LadiesFirst versus FC Nesek. So bit of a two-way battle here in terms of narratives. Our main channel so far here. Nothing necessarily upsets here by Team Solid. They have stayed solid. They're passing plays here, but this Atlantide Wave roster who has looked formidable so far here. Hasn't been broken down here. A bump onto the keeper, however, testing moments here.
No.
And that's an own goal, and for that Dignitas, that's a Turbo Posos goal, I believe.
Yeah, maybe it works. Maybe using the Turbo Colsa technique where you just hit the ball into your own net and then everything will work after that. But it's not that good. And I think what maybe should be credited so far in the first 2 minutes is that Team Solid has not really allowed Atlantide Wave to set their passing plays up. And this is a solo attempt coming out. It's a tiny bit too weak, but the clear is nowhere to be found. And Mako just gets a freebie into the net.
Well, just to bring a sort of moment here into this here is, it's a poor save, let's not kid ourselves, it's a poor kick-off. Spooks asked the question, Tam, for the captain of Atlantide Wave, do you have a plan B? And the answer was a very unreservedly shaky no on terms of that here. Their game plan, they haven't got executed just yet here, plan A, but they might be required to go to plan B. Della was recognised by the 50s, by her captain. Needed there in that moment. Here's half-time approaching.
There goes another opportunity. 2 people jumping for it, leaving the ball a bit alone and leaving the defense a tiny bit alone, but there's no one there from Atlantide Wave to take the ball with them. Pass into the midfield, shot is there! 3-0 for Team Solid. And well, we joked around a tiny bit with, oh, how solid are you gonna be? Because your name's Team Solid and you got 3-0'd in the first match. Well, they're looking quite solid right now, Danny.
Credit to them. Well, it's only game 1. Second set of games here in round 2 effectively for this particular group. Amphrey is up and Amphrey is down, and it's crossbarring out. That needed to go here for any form of a comeback still. Pressure mounting here, and not a fan of that play there by Della. Left a few options for herself and not one well enough here as this ball popped into the middle, but popped away it goes.
Finally, some offensive pressure coming out from Atlantide Wave. This is an opportunity presenting itself. Gets it into the middle. Is the finish there? No. Fiska was quicker than anyone else, and Ampere is in a really awkward position. Shot us there once again. Dignitas. Oh, I've been saying it way too much already, Danny. I need to stop saying it. It's Atlantide Wave now, and it's their playstyle.
I remember we just call them Dignitas Wave then. If you're going to keep
Dignitas
saying it,
Wave.
you might as well.
Well, the Wave has at least finally overthrown the defense. They've washed the defense onto the shore and got one into the net.
Well, hopefully they haven't been beached for too long here. No sound under the feet here, but the ground. Maybe departing away from them here, and the element of the gameplay that we praised them so much here was the speed, the ability of dominating certain elements. Atlantide Wave have forgotten to do that, so that one goal, crucial as it seems, might just leave a few highlights left for game 2 and 3 at the rest of this particular matchup.
I hate the sand. It's rough, it scores, gets everywhere. Horrible. And what isn't horrible is this goal, and that's probably Danny who's very upset with me right now.
Trying to work out what beaches you go on to, but rough sore and that there. Have you accidentally walked on a couple of rocks by mistake?
I see you don't understand the reference. I will stop talking now.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Spooks.
And now you have to imagine you still have a couple more series with me. And that's just today.
That's the happiest I've seen Spooks in a very long time. And we hope you'll be enjoying the next couple of days. 4 days to be precise. This is only day 1 of 2 stages of groups, then the knockout, I should be more specifically, in day number 3. Grand finale gets its own billing for day 4, and 2 teams have been uttered on who that might be as Amphrey puts that one up to no second touch here, but 4-1 here. This game is near enough drying in terms of the ink on the history book here. We'll be casting our eyes slightly further on here, but that's a nice few moments, and that should have been probably the goal of the tournament so far.
Atlantide Wave showing they still have it in them to get those good passing plays to each other. But they just need to get them a bit more often, or at least don't allow as many goals in your own defense. This is an opportunity to maybe get one more, make it a 4-2. You won't be seeing it though, as this ball gets blocked and intercepted by Team Solid, who has been doing incredibly well. Pretty much come into this match with both of us expecting it to go the full other way and taking game number 1.
Atlantide Wave for the first time drops a game in the tournament. This is, of course, only round 2 of this round robin stage here, but Team Solid, to many eyes, not necessarily was favourites. Certainly middle of the pack. Now a Division 3 team, 1 Division 4. I'm not saying for the Atlantide Wave here, who is trying to reach that bubble stage, this is one of the teams here they've got to beat here, where it is a hurdle for them to knock down. They have the ability to, and for the last minute of that bit of gameplay, they were the better of the 2 sides.
You do call out that Division 3 side, but what people have to remember is that you have to go all the way from the bottom to the top if you want to get there. If you are making a full new roster, that's probably what Team Solid has done. They are here with probably a new roster that they made in a bit of a go. Entered Division 4 and now Division 3, which they most likely will be doing very well in as well, if this is the way to keep on playing.
Atlantide we have done something similar to it. The WCBC moves into it, went to the Premier Division, and battling so far here. Unfortunately, the results hasn't been outstanding. It's probably been poor by their own feet here, as Humphrey here dribbling the ball downfield. There should be a follow through here, an infield pass. Unfortunately not read cleanly enough here in that play. Still back across to the old Dignitas that Smooks loves so much here. That's consistent pressure. 3 shots wide, and back in defense they go.
I can love the offensive passing style as much as I would like. If it doesn't go in, it won't be useful as much as here comes the shot out from Akao. Can they finish it off with Fiskau? No, he can't get it on target. And the second chance doesn't go his way either. As this ball goes high once again, Mako, can he do it himself with a bit of help from the bumps and the demos? It opens up the net wide open, and the free shot has been taken.
Nobody on the backboard, not able to get the clearance on that free shot. Moves into it 1-0 happily, and Atlantide Wave, after having a decent spell here on the front foot in game 2 after an abysmal game 1 here. The storm is coming to the back wall. It goes, and the read was near enough, but it wasn't going in. However, Atlantide Wave, have they left themselves back in defence with a poor structure here as a double commit comes through. 90 odd seconds gone by, and Team Solid looking ever more threatening.
Now, I'm just a bit wondering, Danny. Is it Mako or is it Maku?
Are we really going to do this?
Yes. Is it Retox or is it Retox?
I don't know. The way I'm going to say it, there's going to be about 6 extra rows anyways. It makes very little difference for me, but whether there's an ooh, an ah, or ooh, as this ball gets even more closer to the back line of Team Solid here, the only oh they've got to be worried is the melting point here, as they haven't necessarily solidified themselves so far just yet.
So yeah, taking the control, getting it over 1. Can he get the second? No, it gets intercepted once again. Pushed back onto the orange half. Retox puts it back into the middle. Mako fakes it out and leaves it open for Fisco, who can't get it on target. The follow-up is there, and this one does bounce on in. And you see, once again, Team Solid is just making sure there is no one left in the defense and just get a free ball in.
Credit to Humphrey, though. Gets the block, but gets at least in a reasonable position first time around. Second time, not so much, but still a touch. Frustrating the play against her. Know so far too well myself. That time around, not able to get in the finishing touch and breaking away down, but an infield pass. They're in the wrong spot here, and Humphrey's got to leave that one to go, and gets beaten away from it. And well, it's nice to see iRivela teaching Atlantide Wave how to miss a few balls, it seems.
You sometimes have tendencies to take things over from your enemies that you've played before. I think this is one of the traits that you probably don't want to take over from them, but it happens anyway. But now you have to look forward. It's once again Team Solid walking away with this game, and now you have to just rebuild yourself. Maybe actually make a plan B. That's probably one of the more important parts.
Straight up here. We're going to get something going here. They did get one goal last time around and didn't do anything much of it. LadiesFirst, who was trailing against him in round 1, was able to score the second. 2 concessions of goals here, missed opportunities, and we talked about their positions being on point last time around. There's almost cracks appearing here, and they're being exploited for it here. Still right across here, infield it goes. Decent strong 50 shot wide, but originally blocked by the keeper. I think that's 3-0. It's just showing you what Team Solid has got and will be keeping so far.
And this is almost the forward. It hits the post, it hits the crossbar, it hits everything apart from the net. But I don't think Team Solid will be too upset with that. Still 3-0 up leading, going into the last minute. And for Atlantide Wave, you've been playing with the old Dignitas style, where you're looking for passes, but right now they've been looking for really, really long passes. There's no quick 1-2 to be found, really. It's just non-stop big booming clears, and then hope there's someone there to finish it off. And they get intercepted quite easily by Team Solid.
It is, but I think it would be fair at least to state and to say here for Atlantide Wave, as this particular roster is looking developed, they are still learning. They are learning the techniques, and that was a kiss of beauty right between the post that went and required a bit of assistance too. Either way, fabulously done.
And here you see a tiny little push from Team Solid, a tiny bit too far, and you get punished for it straight away. That's the Atlantide Wave we saw in the first series, where they non-stop punish something. And well, Danny, we were making fun of iRivela for having 8 shots and 0 goals. Visco has 10 shots and 0 goals.
Does he now?
He does.
Oh dear, oh dear. Shooting accuracy that's low, but mind you, their opposition side has 8 saves. So at least a few unaccounted here for it by Team Solid, and frankly, when you have that shooting accuracy, I'm going to be kind, I'm just going to leave it be.
To add to it, and this has been his shots most of the time. He is getting closer and closer and closer, and most of his shots have been setups for his team, so it says 11 shots. I think it's more so 11 setups or shots that just barely get saved or go wide.
Well, it used to be the old mantra, really, of where people said the best passes are unfortunately field shots. Might be an element of that, but I don't care whether you're the best player in the world or the weakest player in the world. You shouldn't have 11 shots and a shooting accuracy of 0%. You might as well just not bother at times, because it shows you maybe a lack of awareness in some cases. Because you can talk about the assist, but where really has the team been to finish it up? Because if that was the case, we should have been easily talking about 6-0 there then.
Maybe we should have, but eventually the one more important stat is that Team Solid is 2-0 up in this series. And it's up for Atlantide Wave to make a reverse sweep happen or lose this series and allow Team Solid to crawl themselves back to that 1-1 status.
Well, hopefully we'll see that. But with the rest of the tournament going around, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the results will finish off. Spokes as well too, because there's a few teams that we haven't seen on the stream yet, we barely even spoke about, and we'll like to see how they develop here as that shot goes wide, glancing the target for the time being here, but retooks with a few shots here, and well, that's an interesting touch and hasn't really worked out either way.
Visco puts it back forward once again. This gets put away, but you see how Team Solid, 2 people on the midfield line, making sure nothing can break through them as the wave dashes come out from Delia, brings it back down. There's the shot, there's the finish. Does this go in? Empire will say thank you very much and makes it that lead for Atlantide Wave finally.
Credit to Delia for the wave dashes, can slightly get the speed, get into position, just even let a pass. That's knowing when the ball is done and when you can go for it. Read it, got it. 1-0. Now the mighty of the all cases, can they hold on to it?
Let's up for them to decide as this ball does go forward once again in a good position. Pass into the midfield. Is there a shot? No, this time around it gets blocked once again. And this allows Team Solid to just transition past the defense and get themselves back tied up. And it's once again Mako who finishes off the shot. And he's been doing that almost entirely in this series for his team.
Atlantide Wave showing a bit of inexperience in those situations, especially challenging third player in that moment. Got to realize what and when. Those scenarios has almost cost them this series here, but they've got one for the first time they've led. Now suffering a blow to the confidence here, and then free into the corner here. Follow up not happening, too slow, too sluggish, and that's a free shot on target. Excellent save right across here, and Atlantide Wave holds on, barely though.
Solid in their defense right now. They do break out a tiny bit. Can they follow up on each other right here? Retux puts it high for his team. There's Visca once again, can't get the touch, allowing Atlantide Wave to set themselves up once again. This ball does go dangerously in front of his own net, and it doesn't get finished off. There was no one there to get the hit. I don't think many people would have expected the ball to be even ending up in front of their own net.
I don't think anybody expected that to occur. A few mistakes coming into the game by both sides here. They know what's on stake here, and that's left way too open. And Amphrey, who was almost the rock in the back line there, has left the role, trying to tee it up far too much here, and a whiff exactly there has left this ball precariously procured. And that one's been fired onto the side wall as well too. So half time, 1-1 in game 3. A mighty next goal could just end this already.
Delia look to bring this back into the midfield once again. The shot is there. It's actually Delia who gets the goal to their name, because I've done correctly right here. Yes, this was the final touch from her. The ball just got own goal because of a little bit of a touch from Pochimpa.
Just rewatching that, and surprised that was. It almost felt like a return and a small tap in right in front of it. Shocked to see that one go in, especially the circumstances, but either way, I think few people won't care how it goes in as long as it does here. And Retux straight down, and that's a shot, lays it off actually back into it. Unfortunately, you're almost like young kids trying to tie their shoelaces for the first time, tripping over themselves.
It was the right idea, just not the right execution. This does allow Atlantide Wave to push back forward once again. Good pass down to Retux, but nothing can be created from there. Empire gets it over one. Can Delia get her touch? No, not really. And it allows Mako to go back up forward once again. And this game has slowly transitioned into a bit more of a boom ball, which may help Atlantide Wave, but right now it's helping Fiskau getting his goal.
When you just push far too up there, leaves it wide open. You don't collect boost on the way down, a poor touch that sets everything up. Atlantide Wave really showed a few hiccups here, but credit fully to Team Solid, a side that has been truly written off by myself as showing and exploiting those players. It's not over just yet, it will be now.
These are the moments where it's too much. Yes, we know you want to play with the passing oriented style, but not every ball needs to be like that. These types of shots need to be controlled by yourself, able to just flick it up and transition onto offense that way. Those shots are way too dangerous to put forward, especially if you're tied up, and it allows Team Solid to take away the lead once again, and they may get a fourth right here with a solo attempt getting blocked by Delia.
Especially when you have an option down the line as well, passing play. Tatiana was waiting ready to play off it, but Spooks has said you do not need to go it for every time. Got to evaluate the situation. And Team Solid has left themselves in a key moment here. For the next minute, they do not need to do anything else but waste the clock down. But they fancy a fourth. They want the fourth, and it might as well been.
Oh, this is the second one, and this one is painful as well. It's the panic, knowing you're behind, knowing you have to react quickly, and then it ending up in your own net. It's one of the most painful things to happen to yourself in this game. And especially since it might be your final goal that you get against yourself as Visco trying to create one more. It's still not done for Atlantide Wave, but it's going to be just that much harder now to get a goal in.
Oh, and it might just see the 5th one ripple on in. Unfortunately, that is the summary, the GGs, the conclusions can be drawn up here. But both young sides, both with a lot to learn. Team Salt, however, the better of it too. In the next 30 seconds here, unfortunately, is a victory lap against Atlantide Wave, who has made a few ripples, but sadly, this is one hurdle they will not beat in round 2, but they still have 3 more rounds to go through.
I think it's very important for Team Solid. They get their 6. It doesn't matter anymore. I think everyone knows and understands. Yep, this is Team Solid's win. But let me reiterate how important this win may have been. Yes, we expect Irie Legacy to go through. Yes, we have a big hopes for Aopik, or how you say it. They are 2 teams you expect to go through, and then it's just fighting for those last 2 spots. If they lost here to Atlantide Wave, they would have just given it away. Zdilia gets a beautiful goal to their name. It's just a tiny bit too late.
This shows you when you don't have any stress or pressure, how much fun the game can be. With that 10 seconds still left as well, but moving on to the point here, in respect to the opposition, credit when a nice shot is seen. Yes, those are the 2 spots here. Yes, you're effectively battling for 3rd and 4th, but if teams don't drop, especially in the series as well too, it's going to be incredibly difficult. There has to be an upset somewhere. So far, we haven't seen anything on the main channel here, Spooks, because Irie Legacy, who has powered this event so far here, we've seen the 2 games on stream here, both with Atlantide. We have now gone 1-1 here. They're in an ideal spot here. Everything's still within their hands here, but Team Solid, the first team so far to go 2-0 up here, and I would say roughly probably another sweep and at least 2 games differential would probably put them safe now.
I think, in general, the threshold to be safe is going to be those 2 game wins. From the looks of it, that seems the way it's going. I also just had confirmation, and this one might be a bit more interesting. FC Nesix went 0-3 again. They lost again in a sweep. Just want to bring that out there.
Just for the record as well, that was LadiesFirst. They were the opposition, and Nesix has lost again. I think he's doing it deliberately now.
I don't even think he's doing it deliberately. I think this is just pure the way that we're going right now.
Well, we'll have Nesix at some point on the stream. Whether win or lose, he will be on the stream, maybe potentially tomorrow as well too. Nesix, that's a straight result and an interesting one here. So that does mean there's 1 more result coming in. But with that being the case as well too, means we're going to have a short break here. Hopefully another interview with one of the Team Solid players, because it'll be interesting to find out what's happened there. But if not, we'll see on the other side of this break.
Ripples fade away. Human hearts aren't so lucky. Those battle scars remain. Oh, I can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes of your ghost. Can't let go of the one thing I wanted most. I'm chasing echoes of your ghost. La 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 la.
Welcome back to VisionGaming Invitational. It is the second edition, and the second series has concluded. Atlantide Wave, the last time I was on this position, 3-0 swept, and I described that one as easy. Well, that series doesn't feel easy, and I must say we are now joined by, of course, Team Solid in the form of Retox or Retux. Please feel free to correct me, by the way, because I know
No,
the
it's fine, it's fine.
casters' worlds laugh at me when I get team names wrong. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thanks.
Fabulous performance, and I hope you aren't offended with me describing you as unknowns or instead of randoms or in terms of the unknown quantity, because for many people watching, you aren't visible in the scene. You are on that side that's coming up, and you've recently won Division 4 and now in Division 3 here. So can I ask, how long have you actually been as a team here? Because as a performance-wise there, it felt like a very strong lineup that's been playing for a while.
Yeah, so we started to play together like 5 months ago, and yeah, it was our principal objective to become a bit like known in the Swiss scene for Rocket League, of course. So we started with the second cup of the TCS, and we tried the Swiss Esports League too to train a bit, and we got invited by VisionGaming in this tournament. So yeah, we are very happy to be here.
Well, seeing that this performance was a sweep, of course, that's of course a beautiful point to have. But for yourself, because you've just got swept one game and now sweep the other game, how do you see your chances up against, well, maybe the other two teams that you will be facing in LadiesFirst and FC Nesix?
Yeah, so we saw that Atlantide Wave won 3-0 against LadiesFirst. So at first we knew them before this tournament, but I didn't know that they were like that good. So at first we were confident, but when we saw the result, we were a bit more scared, you know. So yeah, we try to play our best with pressure, of course, because it's the first time that we play on stream. So, but yeah, it was fine.
You talk about pressure on stream, pressure in terms of an audience is always difficult, and whether player, caster, or even just generally production always get worried. You dealt with it, you moved on to it, but in terms of a play style, we asked Emperor what hers and her team was, and it was described as dignitas in terms of the quality. I know Spooks loves sort of the analytical side of it. How would you describe yours as? Because it looked slightly chaotic at times here, but for the right reasons.
Yeah, we trained a lot passes and faster transitions, you know, from the back. But yeah, with the pressure, we haven't done that really good in this BO, but we'll try to do it better in the next series.
I mean, better. I mean, what can be even better than the sweep? Of course, it's always gonna be hard to improve from that. But then, probably the final question we'll ask you now is: seeing how you've won this one in 3-0, seeing how you have a really good shot to make it through onto the playoffs, a bit of your own season right now in Division 3 of the Swiss stage, how do you guys see your chances of going through to Division 2 in the Swiss scene?
You talk about the Swiss Esports League?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for us, I think that we have the chances to go in the second division if we keep playing together and we keep training. I think that it should be okay for us. Yeah.
Potentially all right for you. We don't want to keep you too long as well too. It's a long day, and we know you want to get back to your team to get round number 3 started as well. But before you do move on here, is there anybody that you want to shout out, potentially your teammates, fans? Because certainly after that performance, you've gained a lot of respect within the scene.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of fans because we are new, but thank you for following us in this tournament, and I hope that we will make it through the playoff.
Well, potentially into the playoffs as well. Don't forget to drop the follow to, of course, Retox and Team Solid. But that means we're going to sadly stop the interview here for that round set of 3 matches. Spooks and I will be breaking that down shortly after this. We'll see you on the other side.
Yeah. Ciao.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Welcome back to VisionGaming Invitational number 2, and 2 series down, 3 to go in this opening round of group stages. And you know what, for Team Strobey, in terms of the group, and interesting how everything has been piling around here. If you're potentially interested on the group stages, Spooks, who are on the top 3 so far?
Well, I think probably the most surprising one right there is the one at the top. Aopik takes the win in Game 5 over Irie Legacy, who is in second there. Those are, of course, the 2 teams we expect to go through. And then the third one is still Atlantide Wave, but they're all tied up with Team Solid, who we just saw beating them. And then LadiesFirst has taken the expected win over FC Nesix.
If anybody is interested in the full order of that, we'll may as well go to first to sixth. That's Apex Gaming on first, Irie Legacy second, Atlantide we have third with Team Solid. Ladies first, all joined in that order, and FC Nessex in sixth, bottom place. If you are a mobile user and you would like to see FC Nessex at the top of the table, just turn your phone upside down. It's the first time he'll be top of the table, with that being the case as well too. We do not have those particular teams up, bar LadiesFirst versus Irie Legacy. A battle of two ends at the table, those books.
It is. LadiesFirst has an opportunity to crawl themselves back up in a very unexpected manner, while on the other hand, Irie Legacy, they now just have to showcase why they are expected to be a top 2 candidate, and even in the playoffs be a top 2 candidate. This is the game where you just have to show, and honestly, without sounding too rude to LadiesFirst, anything else but a sweep would be semi-disappointing for Irie Legacy.
Like you talk about potentially that scenario as well. We haven't seen Irie Legacy onto the pitch as well too. I believe Carbon over here isn't playing to today, at least as far as we're aware. I believe it is the full roster due Pryth and Tooth. And are you aware of Irie Legacy in this roster, Spooks, or any of the players in particular, bar the 2 subs?
I actually am. I've seen them play a bit all around. I think probably the one that's most unknown to me is Pryth. But this is a good opportunity to introduce yourself, isn't it, Danny?
Well, it is. It's a decent opportunity. I've seen them around in the Swiss scene well enough as well too. Tooth, probably the best looking RL player in the Swiss scene as well too. His gameplay actually isn't too bad either. But will it be model, material, or a slip up in IL3? We will, of course, find out shortly. But LadiesFirst, we were talking about this roster. Believe there might be a substitution potentially coming in. We'll leave that air of mystery coming in. But iRivela, I had some interesting things to say about him in the last series we saw so far here. Spooks, would it be best for him not to play this series, or shall he continue after the performances so far?
I mean, they've swept FC Nessex. Yes, that is not very unexpected, but it is still a sweep. So you come in here a bit hot. And if anything is going to be favoring for LadiesFirst, it's that the other series, which contained Irie Legacy and Aopik, that went to game 5. That was a long fought battle. So they may be a tiny bit tired out, but it's a maybe, a very tiny maybe.
Well, potentially a tiny maybe as well too, but will be interesting as well. As far as we are hearing rumours that there is a potential, not necessarily roster swap, but a substitution coming up for LadiesFirst that will be confirmed in a few moments' time as well too. But speaking about the man himself, iRivela has actually joined the lobby. Has to be a much an improvement here. Personally myself, as he has disappointed me first time he has been on the screen, and there is that substitution. So it is the player that we saw Ereza out for Marco, I believe how it should be pronounced. Maybe slightly wrong on that there, but we all know I've been wrong on that before. So Spooks, different roster, so it has to be a better performance or a weaker one if you're not trusting your roster.
I hope it is a better performance. It's not going to be that hard to get a better performance than getting 3-0 swept by Atlantide Wave. But it's not an easy opponent either. Of course, I think what's important for LadiesFirst is to start off right. Get yourself in that game right from the get-go. Show what you're made of and don't give a single inch to Irie Legacy.
Well, we'll hopefully see that as well too. And, well, a potential change has certainly came for that LadiesFirst. We have just been fully informed that, well, a player isn't well to continue on further, so we hope ours gets a full recovery, because it's not nice playing well and it's not nice when you have to leave a tournament earlier, but thankfully that's why you have substitutions ready and raring to go. And Marco, I've just been informed, is 14. Young, new, and in the scene, willing to show everybody that quality. Excellent to see, but you never hear of somebody aged 27 or higher, or, picking up the game and RLCS quality already.
Oh, sorry, Danny. There's no more hope for you to do that. But for these players, especially with shots like these, this is just a really good offensive push and a good finish. But I do have to say, there were 3 people waiting for that ball. How bad was the voice comms in that second? Do you think all of them were screaming, mine, mine, mine?
Sorry, what's that, son? I can't hear you at the moment.
Was it the oldness coming up again, Danny?
What was that?
Oh, Juju. Woo. I hope you can hear that at least, Danny, because that's beautiful.
It's alright, Spooks. You speak too quietly. Even the mice can't hear you at times as well, too. But a thundering clapping from Irie Legacy, it seems to be so far here. And let's just say, Spooks right now is getting the knives ready. He's not preparing for it. It's for the commentary at the moment, because frankly, I feel like that there might be a target on my back, and iRivela certainly knows there's one on him right now.
You target iRivela, I target you. It's just the way of life, the way how things are going. And with the way of life, it's also semi-expected that Irie Legacy is so far controlling this game and pushing forth the most.
Speaking about the way of life, iRivela leaving that one to chance slightly in front of the box, left clear. Polly moves into it, and yes, I am moving into that direction, Spooks. I know you're disappointed with that phrase, but get over it.
Well, the only thing I have to get over right now is you, and that will actually, that is actually a tall order, to be honest, because you're quite tall anyway. But right now,
I think that's the first time you ever give me a compliment in any direction there, Spooks, so thanks.
It depends if you take it as a compliment. I hate tall people. But moving on to Irie Legacy. Irie Legacy is still too tall of a task to overtake for LadiesFirst. They're still being pushed back quite a lot. They're not able to really come out of their own half. And that is something that needs to change quite quickly. Because yes, you still have 2 minutes 50 left. But it won't be an easy 2 minutes 50.
Half time coming up around iRivela already up. Marco is there in the rounds. Probably a round for the time being. Infield pass, and iRivela backs away for some boost here. So an infield pop. Soft on the wall here. So as much as we've been talking about performances so far, LadiesFirst has unfairly, it seems to be at the moment here, after a strange set of results, hasn't shown up here.
Well, this is, of course, going to be one of the toughest opponents to show up against too. Trying to do it all alone this time around, not really necessary. And this is what I'll always like to see. When a team is in the lead, they are being controlled. They're not giving into their greed. They know it's not necessary to get another goal. So they're looking for a bit more of a solid play. Of course, then they do a passing play like that to just prove me wrong. And they've just done that as well. I want to compliment them. I wanted to go on about how they're playing secure. They're leaving third man a lot behind. They're getting these shots on target and making it a 3-0. But they're not playing safe. The second I talk about being safe, they are not playing safe, Danny.
Spook sitting here waiting to give compliments out. Unfortunately, like white and red roses, death awaits you when you accept the gift. Unfortunately, Spooks, it's a cruel game so far, and I think that will be the death of game one as well too for Irie Legacy. 3-0. Could easily be 4 here if Tooth actually gets on to the end of it. Will do so. Safety. You talk about defensively. I don't think there is a defense at the moment.
I think for LadiesFirst, I think you know this is going to be a game that you're not going to win. A series that you're most likely not going to be winning. It's already tough enough to beat Irie Legacy. Then also beating them while playing 2 subs, it's going to be even harder to do. So losing this one is probably one you've already written down as like, yeah, okay, we're going to lose this one. Then it's just about moving on and beating the teams that you're going to be in a fight with. Also known as Team Solid. And another goal happens as I speak.
Yep. Another one, followed by another one, followed by another one. I know we're not talking about Nesak's lose record at the moment. It is 5-0 here against LadiesFirst. And so far here, as much as we're going to sit here and talk about how well Irie Legacy has been playing, first time, of course, on today's stream so far here, LadiesFirst, I'm slightly frustrated because I've seen them play better. As a roster, they've interchanged it multiple times before. To me, I'm just sitting here trying to wonder what is the next step for them, because they missed such a presence onto the pitch after their player has fallen sick, sadly, and not able to carry on.
Indeed, but how much can you change, Danny? At a certain moment in time, there's always going to be matches where you're like, yep, at this moment in time, we can't win. A team is going to be too good for you to deal with. Their passes, their team play, their mechanical ability is going to be too high for you to really compete with. And I think this is just one of those games where you just have to accept for yourself, yep, we were just not the team to win. This is just not our series, and this is just not the way we're going to beat them. So it's best to just take what you can and move on to the next one, I think.
Well, certainly, we'll see in the next 20 seconds whether we see 6 or 7 goals being rattled on in here. I think this is probably the biggest thumping so far of today, at least on the stream matches. When we speak about moving on, though, Spooks, you may also have to sometimes look within yourself and trying to resolve the issues. Unfortunately, LadiesFirst, far too much here to trying to resolve. I would like to say there is a solution, but there isn't.
Sadly enough, there isn't. Maybe they, within themselves, have found a solution and are being like, okay, yep, this is what we can do to make that a fix, to get ourselves back onto that lead. If they can do that, it's going to be probably one of the biggest upsets in this tournament. Because let's be honest, Danny, if LadiesFirst wins this series, I'm going to lose my mind.
Haven't you already?
Well, I'm casting with you, so I must have.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Breaking news, Spooks has 2 mines. Ugh. Maybe we might see the first one being fully used and utilised fully here. As Tooth right up, right down here, and backline it goes here, and Juju just sitting waiting patiently. So as much as we have seen, it's back where we were from game 1.
Well, at least they get an opportunity right here. The shot, sadly enough, not strong enough, but it is an opportunity. As long as someone is going for that, iRivela, you cannot give them that much time. This is a good block, though. An opportunity presenting itself, Mako. You need to get the double. Get it in front of the net. Get it on target, too. Rightly position himself. And this is already a way different LadiesFirst than what we saw in game 1, Danny.
Certainly so, and it's nice to see Tooth isn't too busy modelling himself there on the goalpost, actually getting some work done with the save. Will he be able to continue on here? The attack, of course, after Pryth moves in, pops it right across here, and Polly flew right in the air. Now iRivela has passed all the way back to the opposition. Oh, when will he ever learn?
They're alive, and iRivela gets demoed. Is this a thing for the better for LadiesFirst, or is this for the worse?
Yes, just yes.
Well, it's Mako now transitioning onto the offense. Can he get a follow-up himself? No, no boost. Eagles, no ball for you. Juju, it's set up for Pryth. The follow-up is there, but it's an overcommitment. Tooth, can he do it all alone? No, doesn't get the touch. But it's still Irie Legacy getting onto the offense, leaving this ball alone quite a lot. They may be underestimating the LadiesFirst squad a tiny bit too much with the way they're going up for balls.
Well, Polly, unfortunately, not the full control of iRivela, drops it, so Marco should be a soft touch up the wall here, and he's only gone halfway there into the middle, and it's a save required. We still deadlock, 0-0.
Mako, good control coming out, takes the flip reset, gets it in front of the net. Is there someone to finish it off? No, but 3 defenders had to jump quickly for it, and this is a good patience coming out from LadiesFirst. It may seem that the second that Irie Legacy starts to getting a bit too confident, you can punish that quite quickly. iRivela has the control. Can he get it into the midfield? Looking for another touch. Can't get past Tooth, who now has so much rest and gets the pass into the middle, but this one gets intercepted as well.
Those are breaking of the armor so far to the black wall. Nobody's up. Double commit. Polly has options to the right and left. Not happening yet. iRivela shot there, requires the save, so somebody has to be up, and Tooth already there to clean up already.
Right. As the control just decides to shoot it far and long, gaining some time for his teammates now. Juju can't get it past Mako, but there is the follow-up from Tooth. Once again, is the shot there? No! It gets saved on the goal line. This means iRivela has the control, but loses it quite quickly to Pryth once again. Transition in the making here for the orange half. The shot is too high, and this is now the third opportunity that has presented itself for LadiesFirst, who has, quite honestly, had more opportunities this game.
They have done, and they've looked reasonably competent with it as well too. iRivela, shot was on target, he was the keeper. Yes, you are right. The ones who are thinking I thought that was going to be conceded because he was the keeper. Worrying signs when he's last and third man at the moment, and he's making a meal of this one. Gives possession too cheaply. Marco pre-flips up and round. Pryth there just sitting waiting back impatiently. So LadiesFirst, a lot of work has been done for their good. Not the reward for it just yet, it seems.
Shot gets pushed to the side by iRivela, gets the save there as well. This means Marco now has the control. Can he get another touch? No, it's Toof to bring it into the midfield. This is an awkward ball. iRivela hits it high. Can he get a second touch? He doesn't, but at least Juju doesn't get it himself. And it's last minute and counting now, with still Irie Legacy in the offensive half, but they're non-stop overcommitting on these challenges. They're non-stop giving away possession and just not showing the same side we saw in game number 1.
Pryth there, Toof on target. Certainly so. If this was game 1, this would have been 6-0 to the batter with a thumping that was unassailable of a comeback as Toof shot on target.
Oh.
And unfortunately, Polly was not in the right position for the save. And finally we do see a goal at last.
And this just is the Irie Legacy that we saw in game 1. Quick, fast, and lethal. And with the last 30 seconds counting down now, it might be the only goal that they need in this series, in this game to take it once again. Marco in a good position, has the control, but loses it quite quickly. Toof onto the backboard, can't do it himself.
Nice clearance. Juju. Pryth unfortunately sends it all the way back here, and that one's on target to the wrong net here. And I'm just trying to work out, has somebody accidentally swapped the colours when I wasn't looking there?
It could have been very dangerous, but it wasn't, thankfully for them. And the seconds just counted down. And of course, Toof gets the second one right there.
I'm just checking with our producer. Was that offside?
VAR in checking.
Yeah, we're still waiting for VAR to make a decision on that. But apparently, it might stand at 2-0 at the moment. And frankly, Irie Legacy should win this. We knew from the very beginning of it. But I think credit here to LadiesFirst for a side that I think many people may have eliminated already, proven quite a lot wrong there. And I'm not saying if Irie Legacy didn't score that goal the way they did, I think we would have probably gone into OT.
They would have, but the thing is, what I want to point out is LadiesFirst had a big part of the offense for the first 4 minutes. They had opportunities, they had shots, they just weren't good enough. They had so many chances to finish it off, gain a lead against Irie Legacy, and just
sorry
weren't
to stop
capable
you.
of doing it.
VAR decision has came in, by the way.
Oh, and?
Yeah, it's still 2-0.
Ah, damn it. Could have changed everything, of course, if that...
Could have. It was an even game at that point.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But even game doesn't matter. It's 2-0 in the series for Irie Legacy. We're going on to match number 3. We can either see a sweep starting up, or we can see a reverse sweep starting up. And whichever one it will be, I would not mind at all whichever one I will take.
Sweep here, a sweep there. And iRivela nowhere near in front of the net or the ball here. Frankly, rolling away from it. I think he knows where the taxi is of somebody. Might also know the old reference of a BF8, the bus fare home. Somebody's paid it for him. He wants to go home. And, oh look, he was home. And near enough lets that one in. Blunder, waiting, ready. LadiesFirst has to thump this one downfield. And they've yet to do so.
Juju has a lot of free time right here to take the control quite easily. Marco blocks him off quickly enough. And this is one, like, once again, a double commit. And seeing the way they've double committed, even from game number 1, I am not that surprised anymore that Aopik won against them. Because if this is the way you play with the overcommits, that might not be your only loss against all the other teams. If you do that against a team like Atlantide, which we've seen can be very strong, or a team Solid, you might get losses where you wouldn't expect them.
Sorry, can we just check with the admins that we can give LadiesFirst their first win in this match due to a name change?
Oh god, who has changed names?
Oh, Tooth. I'm annoyed with him right now.
Hey. And that's just what they get.
Yeah,
That's
deserve that.
deserving. Yeah, they deserve that. Fully.
A name change. Seriously, Tooth. He knows how to annoy me. Speaking about people who annoy me, how are you, Spooks?
I'm doing wonderful. I thought you were going to say iRivela, to be honest.
No, I thought that'd be too obvious, but so far it hasn't been obvious. Has been ladies first, spicy with their 1-goal lead so far, but they've lost it for the moment there. And Irie Legacy, as much as they've been going up front, they've attacked well. They look almost shy here in the third game.
Well, they may be looking shy. What isn't shy is Danny's hatred for most of the bubble scene in general. And this is a shot just on target. Mako gets his second at Irie Legacy. I think it's time to maybe wake up a tiny bit.
Most,
yeah. Most.
You mean
Not
all?
everyone, most. I know you have your few Irish players and stuff like that you love.
Name them.
They're still good in you. Not a lot, but there is.
I'm asking you to name the bubble players in Ireland.
Kiernan.
I said bubble players.
Okay, nice. And there he lost his friendship with Kiernan. Good to know.
Today Ireland actually has a decent scene that'd be interesting to see, but sadly nothing has came good off it. But the Swiss scene thriving, certainly so, as we've seen during the 2 games here.
And there we go.
Let's see the action replay review on which player made the mistake here.
iRivela gets completely blocked. Mako hits it back into the middle, and Rez saw it coming and leaves it open for a name I shall... Oh no, actually, Pryth was good. Pryth was good. It was Rez. That was actually someone else.
You mean Tooth?
Yeah, I'm just not going to speak out his name anymore.
No, I think since he's willing to change his name, I'm going to just call him Bob.
We're going to call him Bob. Agreed.
Yes.
Well, who isn't Bob is Juju right now, trying to set up his team once again, Pryth. With the control, looking to get themselves back up in this game, tied up all again. But right now, it is iRivela with the transition forward. Can it be finished? No, it gets blocked off by Juju. And there's Pryth once again, pushing it forward to Juju. Juju back into the middle. There is Bob. Can Bob get a second touch? No, he cannot. But the shot is there for Pryth, but just not enough.
Marco is there, and Bob with a small temporary block here, nothing able to be fully built. Pryth moves down, and here comes Bob trying to take it away from everybody. It is 2-2, but despicable performance by Bob. I don't know why he's here at all.
Bob is just so rude, but at least Pryth got his goal that he was so well deserving of. I can't believe Bob has done that, Danny. Can you believe that from Bob?
I can't believe it. Who thinks we should remove Bob from the pitch?
I think that would be too... Actually, no, that would be quite even, yes. As this ball goes in, Pryth. Oh, it's sad for LadiesFirst, because you go 2-0 up, and you know that Irie Legacy is just going to be like, Knuckles correct, hair washed, Bob ready and drunk, and we're going to go in. And it's 3-2 now.
Nice to know that we're hearing Spooks' adventures on a date or a pub there. Wash your hair, have a drink, and end up on the floor. That's certainly how it felt for LadiesFirst.
Isn't that the typical Irish nights out?
I don't know. I don't get asked out.
Oh, Polly gets them back. 3-3, Danny.
Well, you talk about the performance. Well, Polly had a set of hair, flicked it, and unfortunately the ball didn't flick. It was a straight arrow. A statement attached to the end of it. Don't mess with the ladies. LadiesFirst, of course. And it is 3-3, and there is the potential chance for the comeback as Polly straight down. Pryth with the shot to the back wall here, and iRivela will make the mistake and not hit the ball. Will do on the second time around here.
Pryth can get it back into the middle once again. iRivela trying to take it as slow as possible because he needs his boost. But that means that the shot is wide on open, and Junior can't get it. And it means that Pryth once again has to lock down the midfield, gets it past Mako, who still gets a touch, and it's Bob now. Can Bob get it into the middle? He does try to get it to Juju, who's in an awkward position. Can Bob finish it off himself? The shot is there and gets saved by Mako in an awkward position, and the save can't be done again. iRivela just a second too late.
Well, double commit here. Reasonable attempts on the save here, but not enough strong ability to keep it out. And Irie Legacy on that sweep pathway, as we do have the next 44 seconds here. Once more, LadiesFirst trails. Got to find a goal to get themselves back into it, and Bob runs away from it. You think after showing up unannounced to this tournament, you think he will at least have the decency to hit the ball? How could you, Bob?
Bob is just looking to fake everyone out. That's just the Bob way. If you haven't known, me and Bob go way back. Like, he knows what to do.
You have a friend?
I didn't say we were friends. I said we go way back.
All right. Fair point.
There's a difference.
My apologies.
But speaking of having no friends, Danny, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Doing absolutely fabulous as well. And unfortunately, I never knew Bob. As Bob, right this time around, get the clearance away, and Irie Legacy will have no friends from LadiesFirst, especially after the performance they have. But iRivela has kept the ball up. There is options to his left, there's options to his right, and he decides to pop it right when there's three people in front of him. Seriously.
It's not done just yet. It's still in the air. Paul keeps it high. It's Bob trying to bring it back down. Pryth trying his best as well. Bob keeps it up, keeps it high. Mako. They are respecting the rule, Danny. They are very respectful children right now. And there we go.
I just like Bob.
I miss Bob. Bob was great.
Bob was horrible.
I love Bob.
I don't like Bob. Bob's trying to send us compliments right now in the chat right now. I still don't like Bob. Bob came into this match and beat LadiesFirst here. It could have been a whole different series here if, of course, Tooth was on the pitch there, but LadiesFirst, not necessarily a bad performance, but certainly something they can hang their coat on at least here, because it was one where you thought they have a chance here to take a game from them, but it must be Sweep City here, at least on the opening day here.
Well, at least for LadiesFirst, you've had one of the two teams that is an expected loss. You've played against one of them now. You still have another one to play later on today, but getting one out of the way is always helpful. Now you know that you have to go into the next round, and this is the important part. If they lose that next one against Team Solid, they are out.
And that just shows you the query, the search, and unfortunately now the function of each team here. It is survival from here on out here, and it might be a very scary case that one team may be already out as well too. We won't say which one it is in SX, but with that being the case as well too, we're going to head to a quick break, and hopefully we might even have Bob as one of our interviewees.
Can't you keep it to yourself for once? Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow doubt, and I can't breathe. Oh, I hope you're keeping count of all the times you let me down, and all the things you said out loud, the bullshit I could cry about. And I know we could be stronger now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Vision Gaming. It's the Invitational, the second edition here on, of course, Irie Legacy's very own channel as well too. Unfortunately, LadiesFirst was not treated very gentlemanlike in the last series, as there has been mean people bullying especially Polly, unacceptable behaviour. And unfortunately, we do have the male model, it seems to be tonight here, in the form of Tooth, or is it Bob? We will get to the end of that in a moment here. Well, while you're at it, Tooth, there is any other sponsorships you want to do, or potentially how else do you focus in these series?
No, there's no sponsorships. It's just like me enjoying my focus water. Like it's just the pineapple and mango version, like one of 6 different incredible tastes, and I just love it very much. Nothing much more to add there, and also like representing the shirt.
If you don't mind, since you were keeping me on my casting game, here's one for you. Can you name the other 6 flavors, please?
Wait, so let me just. I can't.
If players want to have fun with me, so can I tonight, here, gentlemen. And
but you know,
iRivela, if you would like to join the interview booth, we'll have you at one point as well too. But Tooth, it's always great to have you on here because, as you know, great admirer of you, great fabulous player. I must say here, very ungentlemanlike. You didn't let LadiesFirst win here. How can you live with yourself? That was unacceptable.
Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of harsh, but I don't know. I mean, it was only one girl, and then of course Rivela behaving like one, because I don't know what he did, especially in the first game, as you said. That was absolutely like not worthy of any respect or anything. So we decided to not let the ladies first this time. And yeah, I mean, how can they be called ladies first when they always come second? It's just, I don't know. We just had no mercy, you know.
Far. He's always sixth, it seems. But with that so far, in terms of the performance here, what is the goal out of interest for this entirety of the tournament? Because we know you're a serious team. You play in TCS, decent set of results there week in, week out, when I'm not casting you. Thanks for that, too.
Yeah,
I mean, the goal here?
It's just full tryhard. We don't have fun. We just play and we drink focus water. And no, it's I don't know. We just want the prize money. Prize money in the end. That's the goal. Oh. Yeah. But Irie Legacy takes everything away, so we don't even get any money. So that's kind of sad. No, we just play to have fun, you know. And yeah, just giving the serious answer now, you know. Big thanks to Vision Gaming as well for organizing such a big event, yeah, and of course you for casting Danny Boy.
Oh yeah, old praise to Danny. Old praise to Danny.
You're leaving spooks out. How could you, the very young child here who didn't have somebody looking after him this night? Any questions, Spooks, tonight, or are we continuing the roast here? Either way, I'm quite happy.
Well, I had my paper somewhere with roasts of Danny, but I can't find them. I'll probably find that some other day. But for, well, Bob or Tooth, whatever you want to be called, don't really mind anyway. But for yourself, you come into this series, you've just lost against a team that you probably expected to take a win against. How do you switch that over, or do you just know, like, all right, the next one we will win?
Yeah, we were kind of frustrated actually, losing against a Rolly. No, I'm kidding. No, it was just, yeah, it was frustrating, but we just saw the results and we saw LadiesFirst that they had kind of a rough series before that and the one before that. So we thought we're just going to keep the spirit up. And of course, they had iRivela on the team, so we didn't have to focus very much. Yeah, I was quite impressed with Mako and Jay Hippolyte, to be fair. But yeah, iRivela, disappointment as always.
I was just gonna say, because Danny, are we still hiring for casters? Because he has the rudeness that we have. I think it's a match made in heaven. And seeing his gameplay as Bob, it wasn't going too well anyway.
Well, Bob was a disappointment, frankly, to be truthfully honest, especially in that third game. But I privately said the two, and I'll say publicly as well. Excellent caster, and the waiting will happily accept you. Just let me know, because I'm looking to retire sometime soon.
For the 4th time.
For the 4th time, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Spooks. But Tooth, I mean, when you sit there and playing quite easily here. What is the threat of the tournament here? Because we've been speaking to Nessex, who isn't a threat. He's the soft puppy that everybody loves, but sadly doesn't do much. Nukes here, who's doing his fabulous work as coach here. Mentioned a few teams already, and the window wipers, the Fatly.
I mean,
oh, what a team name that is! But who is the threats?
I don't see any threats, to be honest. I didn't even like check the.
Hold on, let me
leaderboard
just
and
check
stuff.
with my producer
I think-
here. Can I hop into the tournament for a game or two?
Danny, he was talking about threats, not old men who are barely able to handle their controller.
I think the only threat right now is being hated by French people afterwards, because Rasmultor is casting our game afterwards against Atlantide Wade. And I think that's the only threat, because we were going to destroy them that much that afterwards they hate us all.
Well, the French scene always has their fans and loyalty within it
That's
as well
true,
too.
that's
We
true.
will be biased on that particular series as always, especially if Bob makes an appearance. But so far, excellent set of performance. Any shout-outs, by the way, too, before we have to let you go potentially for the fourth series. We will see you later on, of course, against Team Solid, with that being the case as well. Any cheeky predictions or an easy 3-0?
I have no idea. Easy 3-0. It's always the thing. And shout out to Jam for dodging the cast and letting Spooks have this misery of casting with Danny Boy. That's
I enjoy it. Don't worry about it.
Do you enjoy it? Okay.
No, he doesn't. He hates every moment being with me.
No, but if you retire, you gotta give me your accent first, because otherwise, like, how am I gonna make it as caster? Like, that's your only asset, right? Your accent that kind of.
I like this guy. Hire him, Danny. I like him.
Sweet face, but a baby assassin in the form of two Spooks here on, of course, VisionGaming on the channel here. Irie Legacy, the man himself, 3-0'd as well. That does mean we will be having a quick break shortly as well too. We might see Tooth again or Bob, but until then, we'll see you after this break.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around and go right forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Light it up, light it up, light it up. Light it up, light it up, light it up. While you and me repeat, this bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart my heart afire. Yeah.
Welcome back to the VisionGaming Invitational, and sadly my heart has sadly been pierced by the arrow that Tooth has placed into it, but it will hopefully heal better as well. And a huge thank you as well to Erasmus. Hope you had a lovely stream as well too, and hope your team continues its excellent work so far during the tournament. Atlantide Wave, and with that being the case, Atlantide Wave sitting third, 1 and 2. Well, technically not too bad in the table so far here, technically fourth. It's not necessarily the worst position overall here for them, but we won't talk much about Atlantide Wave there. We'll have plenty of time to talk about them later. Let's talk about somebody sitting top of the table and bottom of the table. It's Aopik Gaming versus... And that will be as all we'll be saying probably on that team.
Honestly, yes, most likely, yeah. If any game is gonna be a sweep, it's gonna be this one. Nesix talked about it before. One of their players hasn't touched the game in 2 months. No, it isn't Nesix, even though his gameplay may look like it. And it's just gonna be a very hard-fought match. As Danny's already started the bullying on Nesix in the game.
We might need to get a screenshot for that. If anybody is wondering, I've changed my Steam name to the result that I think of the series is, and that is Aopik Gaming 3, FC Nesix 0. That's what I think it is. That's what it should be, and let's be truthfully honest, we haven't seen Nesix play so far in this tournament. We've seen iRivela have played so far, and he has been unfortunately, the weakest player, especially with quality. He's such a strong player that just feels a disappointment so far here. But we don't have him. Nesix, he has a chance here to redeem himself. And just like Season 5 of TCS a long time ago, they failed to win a single series, bar one. This might be it.
It's going to be a hard one. This is going to be one that they're most likely going to lose, and it's one of those games that you just have to accept and play on for. For SC Nesix, though, they need to win this. Losing this one, and you're out. It's confirmed at that moment. You're 0-4. You're not going to be able to come back. But, and here comes the big but. If it's going to be against any team, it might be against a team that may be underestimating you a tiny bit. If they can abuse that, and maybe if they can use that a tiny bit to their advantage, they may take a game. Not the series, a game. You heard me right.
I'm just trying to let that sink in at the moment. But we'll move potentially a little bit on to taking a game here. They have to at least get a goal here. Never mind. I would like to see the statistics by the end of the tournament here, but their opposition, I don't know if Lil Fox, I should know his name. I cast him about a year ago on their esports berg. Fabulous player then has slightly dropped off the radar, which is a shame. He could easily have been one of the best or up-and-coming players in the scene. But they have a legend on that roster. They have a potential here to do some damage. What could be done here, really, for FC Nesix to actually stop the bullying, to stop the tournament? Because they don't want to be the side that's known to go 0-6.
They don't want to be, but it's gonna be so hard against this opponent. For themselves, I think if you want any chance to really take this win, and yes, a win series, you're gonna have to rely on, one, Aopik just messing up internally, and two, on one of your players to really pop off and showcase, hey, how good we can be. If anyone is gonna be able to do that, I actually have my eyes set on Nesix in that regard. He is in Division 1 in the Swedish scene. He did go up with a team name that I will refuse to call out. But they did go up, so there is some talent still in that boy.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the talent right now.
You're going to be looking for a bit.
Yeah. As much as we love Nesix, we've worked with him, we've cast it with him, we've even played with him at some point. This is going to be a difficult task for him. And for him to be the star player means he's going to have to bring the quality. How much is he willing to look within himself and his team to get this one going, Spooks? Is there a chance? Is there a small hope, or are we basically saying this is a 3-0?
And we're basically saying this is a 3-0. And as I see that both teams are in the game, we're probably going to get underway quite quickly and see what's going to happen. But honestly speaking, I think this is going to be for FC Nesix like a band-aid. It's best if you pull it off quickly. Let it happen and just do it as quick as possible.
Well, we'll hopefully see it as well too, as the psychological torture still continues for Nesix, as he is reminded on Steam that my prediction is always going to be haunting them at 3-0. There is one believer. Is there many to believe? Well, there has to be 3 on this pitch to do so here, as Nesix will not be the first player from his team to touch the ball until now here, as it's going right all the way back. And it's, I want to say Brian there, but it's Brian.
Brain.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It is Turp, though, who gets the control right here. Can he get another touch away from his own net? No, he gets put back right away again. And the save there from Turp, looking good so far. At least saving some of the shots, but this is an opportunity once again. This one gets pushed as well. Brain has the control, tries to go low. Can't go under the defense. So far, holding on quite well, but for how long can you hold on?
There's Brian to the back wall.
Not long.
Yep, not long at all.
Are we gonna just let that sink in, Danny, or you want to say something about it?
No, I'm just watching.
Enjoying the game?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I do have to say, if you're gonna be nice to Nesix now, I'm gonna be very upset, and so will iRivela, because you've been battering it on him, and Turp almost gets the goal right there. That would have been the one that we've been looking for.
I think everybody would be disappointed.
Okay. The post, the crossbar, hitting everything apart from the net so far. They are looking a tiny bit better than I expected. Turp now has the control, gets it into the middle. It's a good flick. Nesix followed up by Turp once again. Shot is there, gets saved this time around. And there is a one part that I'm liking from FC Nesix, where the third man is being very patient. They know they need to be patient as third man because they cannot push up as quickly because you're gonna get punished.
I've seen a few teams already on stream that has their third player push up far too much. Hasn't necessarily been kind here, as Turp just drops that one. Brian catches when moves into it swiftly into the corner, so we'll hopefully see a few moments of it. And they're really up and around here, so a quick little pop downfield, and I don't like this element where you just lighten downfield here. Where's the consistency? Where's the follow through? Where's the next player? And there's Nesix a little bit too slow to get up, just like myself.
And there's the chance finally appearing, but Greek's not getting it through the defense. Good defense holding on strong once again, and you're almost halfway through, and it's only 1-0, Danny. It's a bit of a surprise, if I could say so.
Potentially knocking on the second there. Surprise, certainly. Not mind-boggling so far here is Brian just leaving a few moments here to work out a few plays here. Turp straight down. Nesix should be firing a shot there, instantly blocked away, of course. So half the game gone by, and somehow 1-0 here. We potentially maybe on the verge here of the perfect sweep.
I doubt it, honestly, Danny. You know that's never going to happen. The second you call it out, something is going to go wrong, and it's going to be 2-0 or 1-1, and it's goodbye to your perfect sweep. It's always going to be like that. It has always been like that. It will never happen for you.
Perfect sweep. Perfect sweep. Perfect sweep. No, Nesix hasn't been scored on yet.
You're just baiting it now, aren't you?
Maybe. Maybe not, but that's certainly on target for the time being, but not strong enough here. They can punch all right on through here, so is there enough bait?
Typical, typical. And this is a chance, once again, presenting itself. Greeks has a shot. The shot is too weak. It's gonna get saved by Nesix, but not far enough. But it at least gets past Brain, leaving them to transition onto the offense. Turp now back down to the ground. Arole gets it high and away. There are two people up for this shot. Greeks gets the flip reset from the ceiling, gets the goal, and it's goodbye. Perfect sweep.
Nesix near enough had a chance there to remove the perfect sweep and tie the game up. Not happening there as Greeks still scored into it. I'm not saying I wonder perhaps here our graphics department already has this as a 3-0 loss. Because it's almost feeling like there's a lack of the energy to get this one downfield here to prove everyone wrong here, and NSX too short, and everybody decides to jump onto that one. Strange, as nobody was close to it.
The fake of Dreams taking out pretty much everyone, but sadly enough, this one didn't go in. Leading the ball to be back into the midfield. Serb can get it past the defense. The defense holding on. And it's still at least 2-0. So in a sense, we might be able to get a perfect sweep. Just in the way that Aopik won't allow a single goal from FC Nessus.
Hold on to it, because it might be goal number 3 here. Shots being fired and peppered right across here. Turb at least removes the pressure temporarily, but a valve is leaking. The back lines here, double commit, and somebody's in the back waiting, and it's been cleared by Turb, and that should be 3-0.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, if it isn't Nesix disappointing us, it's someone else. And at least he's using the FC Nesix logo as his profile picture, just to reiterate, oh yeah, this is who we are.
Not even Nesix is using it.
Of course he wouldn't. Could you imagine double the Nesix? How horrible that would go.
Well, he is using his profile picture from a thing.
That's his face, yeah.
How did you forget?
I'm trying to forget, but I always remember. That's the problem.
Well. Will there be more forgetting as game 1 will be going against Nesix here, as he is holding on to the ball and prolonging the anguish, the fortunate of it.
Goodbye, perfect suit.
Yep.
They can't give us anything now, can they?
Well, they could give you a Twitter follow if they like.
That would be nice, but I mean, we ask for a perfect sweep now, Danny. And they just don't want to give it to us.
No. I'm starting to think the teams just dislike us, and if so, mostly me.
I wonder why. We've been so nice to all of them. Like, no bad thing has been said to them. We've only been nice. We're casting the tournament. We're being very, very sweet to them. Then we get this. How could you not like us then?
I wonder what stream you're watching.
Oops. Forgot. Wrong stream. Yep. Never mind.
Yep. Well, FC Nesix fans will be sitting here in horror. Everybody is at least being streamed once here, and this is effectively the 4th round. There is no argument in terms of not being warmed up already. There is no sympathy. Yes, they're playing the top team so far when standings is at the end of it. But FC Nesix, I just feel like a flat-footed side here. There's nothing to move on, and Nesix is just Christ. Well, thanks for the update.
Why? This is just normal at this point. Like, at this moment in time, I just expect it to happen. And of course, the one person...
Oh, there's 2 spots open. We can get the casters playing.
Yes, finally.
Somebody gets spooked in tooth.
Wait, that's yourself, Danny?
No, I'm getting replaced.
Again?
Yep.
Oh, how history is beautiful. It repeats itself. Danny getting replaced. He'll probably be back for the 4th time anyway. So don't be too sad.
Trying to work out what my replacement was this time around.
The one that left.
Well, is there one left in the tank here for Nesix to grab a win so far, at least in the game differential? There is 2 wins to his column. 3 would at least signify that they may have won a series at some point if they strung the right games in the right order. And that one straight down, and Nesix went flying so wide, so high he went, and that will be out at the tournament, but this keeps up 2.
And this is just a team play right there. All 3 of them jumping for the ball. Of course, only 2 people touched it. It was Brain and Aroli, but still, it's a good opener and a good shot. You can't really fault the defense too much for that. And here, Greeks saw it coming, lets it go down slow. Turb leaves it over for... What is that name?
Which one?
Oh, never mind. That's Nesix.
I thought you were trying to forget.
I always try to forget, but it doesn't work. And this time, a demo on the defense may open up some things Doesn't work out for Nesix this time around as the defense holds on strong, can survive. Greeks puts it back to the forward side. Back onto the orange half we are. Nesix puts it onto the side once again. Gets easily touched by Greeks, but it does make a double commit from both these teams, and the goal is wide on open, and a freebie. And Aroli is just stat padding right now. You okay there, Danny?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, well, when have you ever been okay?
5 years ago.
I can't remember that for you know.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Those were easier and simpler days. No easier than that save there by Nesix. Off the line it went. And so far, from double commits to no commits. That's almost what FC Nesix is at the moment here. Nobody really committing to the full clearance. That's a loose ball there, and Ruby straight down here. And I'm not saying here, but is there a demolition game going on against FC and Essex here at the moment?
I wouldn't mind it. It would be kind of funny, to be honest. But it's Brain trying to go to the side, looking for some control. Lost the control, but leaves it for his teammates, Greeks, to follow up once again. The shot got missed, not what anyone was expecting. And this means the Brain, once again, has to look for control, has to look for the patience. Nesix is trying to speed things up all the way to Turb. Can he bring it down once again? No, Greeks blocks him off quite quickly. Meaning that it's for you. Yo, how do I say his name correctly, Danny? Please tell me.
Aroli.
How?
Aroli. I love how you're asking me. Usually I get players' names wrong.
I'm not talking about Aroli. I'm talking about Yokarino.
You said it perfectly fine there.
Okay, that's good to know. Of course, I am perfect at the first try, so that's what we always like to see. As he gets a goal right on here. No, he cannot be perfect right there.
Nobody's perfect on their first attempt.
Always am, Danny. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's nice to know that you and Boy Arroyo share the similar qualities.
Oh god. Okay, thankfully this ball doesn't go in. Because that would have been very painful, but maybe the second try, nope. Maybe the third try, nope. Gets pushed away by Nesix all the way to the side. Turp brings it back down. Is there a follow-up from someone else? Well, nope, it's just Arole putting it on his own backboard. And the ball gets pushed to the side once again. And you can really tell this game has slowly turned into a stalemate. How is that ball not into the net? Danny, you still there? You okay there, buddy? As we've seemingly lost Danny due to old age or due to a heart attack of this gameplay, it doesn't really matter, but it's Greeks now pushing it to the side. Can't get it past, and there's a demo in the midfield, but sadly enough, there is still one defender left to get that ball away. Greeks taking it slow, taking it easy, gets the musty flick into the middle, gets a second, but that one gets blocked as well. Almost doing it all by himself as Nesix now looking for some control, gets bumped and demoed for his troubles. This is another opportunity presenting itself. Greeks gets the bump, the block, but not enough.
Not yet enough yet. And everything that's been happening here for FC Essex has been leaving a sour taste into the notes here, watching as that shot goes high and wide for the umpteenth time here. And frankly, they've only got themselves to blame here, and it's frustrating to see because there's moments away of actually scoring, or to score at least one goal so far.
Oh, Derp gets it! 2-1, at least something is still possible. It's 44 seconds, Danny. Anything can still happen here. This, you have to admit, is a good demo. It's a good play setup.
Yeah.
Okay, now with a bit more confidence, Danny.
If we didn't try to steal the goal and near enough accidentally save it, but we'll ignore that potential moment of mishaps and horror and the shocking. And Nesix trying to pearl his way right through with a soft, gentle touch. And Nesix shots goes wide again.
Not too surprising, but it's still possible. They have looked good right there in the end. They are getting better touches into the front half, but it might be too little too late. Of course, this ball enters the midfield once again. Turp pushes it back to Nesix. Can he find the shot? Doesn't even need to. Turp gets it from the fake, and it's 2-2, Danny.
Undeserved of that goal there going in, if that was the fake that caused it. Nessex wants it, Nessex shot, and crossbar and down. Somehow, some way, this is 2-2. We might be on the verge here of an OT, which has been rare words on this stream. I'm very much alone here, and I thought that was going to be 3-2.
Don't call your X too quickly just yet. And there it finally drops. We have an overtime. We haven't seen a lot of overtimes, and this is certainly not the game I expected to go to overtime.
Sentence of the tournament so far. Didn't expect it, but here we are. 10 on second straight down here in FC Nessex. Well, that's the first time a fake actually works for them. To their own favour, and back around the turban should be whipped into the mill at some point here, and nobody ready to follow it up, it seems, and Nessex left all the way back here and beaten. Oh dear.
Brain doesn't get a shot past Yukarino. That means that Irie has to take control, but can't get it. Brain has another opportunity right on here. Tries to get the bump on the turf. It does work out. Shots in front of the net once again. Maybe a bit too high and a bit too far. Leading to the clear from FC Nessex, who can get onto the blue side right now. And that's the scary thing about overtimes. Anything can happen. Any mishap can lead to that goal, as Greeks doesn't have the boost for it, but actually gets one more touch, but Turp saw it coming quick enough as Brain pushed it onto the backboard. Nessex can't get to it, leading to Greeks once again having a shot. This one gets saved as well, and we keep on going. Brain onto the backboard. Is there a shot? No one can get to it apart from Irie.
Well, treble commit, and a shot that should have been in. The summary of this second game here is Turb back down, and that's a mistake and a half, and this actual flying Turb covers up the original mistake here, and somebody's got to move this one down here. Turb, once more, waiting, ready, rolling. Likewise, prowling. At least the flank there should be a moment here, but nobody's ready to take the chance here, as that's a passing play, cuts right through, but the defender this time gets a save, and FC Nessex survive for the time moment.
But the time isn't very long. Brain gets an easy tap in right there, and semi-deservingly, they'll win. The second game win goes in favor of Aopik, but they are now 2-0 up in this series, meaning that we need a reverse sweep once again, Danny. Can we get away from these sweeps, Danny?
It's not gonna happen.
It's been 3-0, non-stop, and this one is very likely also going to 3-0.
Yeah, but it's not gonna happen. Not this series.
You don't expect this to be a 3-0, Danny?
Look, if it was the best of 7, it would be 4-0. If it was the best of 11, it would have been first to 6, and happy days for Aopik. They would have won all 6. What else do you want, Spooks?
I want a series to go to something else than a sweep. Also, I just very much respect Irie a lot right now. My respect for him has gone up, Danny.
It does too. I thought to join us as well.
For people who can't see, sadly enough, because chat is off, someone complained about, on FC Nessex, complained about not being able to score. Irie told him, try shooting. On which Danny, of course, said, on target. Very important tip. So anyone who wants to try and win, shooting on target seems to be working.
Usually helps. That sort of big wide open net with a few neon lights highlighting where the ball should go is key. No wonder my coaching career never took off.
I'm not surprised. Well, Brain trying to shoot it on target once again. I don't want to bully you too long, Danny.
That's unusual. You usually go for the whole broadcast, at least.
I've already done enough tonight. We've been on here for quite a while, as the bump play almost seems to work. But this is a good opportunity now for FC Nessex. Can they transition onto the blue side? Well, Brain has taken a total of 400 boosts there right in a row. So it's going to be very hard if you don't have the boost to follow it up.
Certainly so. And that one straight down here and a challenge. Nessex is up. Should be dropping this one into the corner. But he went for the midfield here, unfortunately was swarmed with 3 cars in blue. And this has to be banged downfield. Will it be anyone? And Turb decides to stick it the wrong direction. back into middle. There is a potential. Unfortunately, never arrived, and Griggs will have his turn.
Puts it back into the middle. It's Sturb trying to go quickly. Brain passes it back to Arole. It's a beautiful shot and a beautiful save. No, it just barely enters the goal. Turb must be feeling so sad because that ball was bouncing on the line.
One of the very few times I will feel sympathetic. That was a save, and frankly, should have stayed on the line.
But you know how to feel sympathy? That is news to me. I'm letting you take this one, Danny. Go on.
No, I'm letting you take the lead. You don't do it very often.
Well, there is a shot to both. Shut us both up. It's a good one though for Nesix to bring it up like that, putting Arola in a very awkward position. Turb chasing that after, of course, and then Jokerino getting the shot. And that's probably one of the hardest names to pronounce correctly in the entirety of the RL scene.
Well, potentially as well too, and it's nice to see FC Nesix has taken a release with a advice, try shooting, and then followed my body advice on target too.
That's important. It's important to put it on target.
Yes, not off target, on target.
Turb's also taking your advice and making it 2-1, and for the first time, I genuinely feel like this was FC Nesix just being a better team right now.
Sorry, can you say that sentence again?
Yes, I know, Danny. I can't believe it either.
No, say it again. I want to write it down just in case I forget.
FC Nesix, so far in the first 2 minutes, has been the better team.
Shocking news. Might be all over the likes of Octane GG, especially their article section. FC Nesix, the better side here so far here, 2-1. Speaking about the man that the team is called after, he had the ball on his hood. The passing play option's not cutting out. Somebody has to be up here, and it's only Greek, so how much boost is left here? Enough for Nesix. He's missed the ball and turned right into the corner, so a clearance required, and unfortunately for that, Nesix had to dive for it.
Maybe another demo. No, this one couldn't connect, and Nesix misses the ball. The man who the team is named after misses there a very important ball. The ball just is such an easy one for Brain to just roll on into the net. Just let it walk there. Andy, come on. As we have lost Annie once again, Turb tries to pinch it with the wall, couldn't do it alone. Arole tries it himself, brings it back into the middle once again. The clear is there. Can Griggs hit it? He does hit it, but not in the direction he would have wanted to. Now Brain puts it back onto the side. This might be a good counterattack opportunity, but there is no one there to hit the ball. Eventually, Brain puts it away. Griggs has the shot of a century. The game has maybe not been the most pretty game, but this one was very, very nice.
He got his car and angled as straight as the pillars of Athens themselves. Shot at the tournament so far. Shot of day one. Near enough a guarantee at this point. Excellent. And delivered well. And they're now taking the lead 3-2. And the continuing shock, the horror, the anticipation of this 3-0 series loss here against FC Nesix as the man that he passes to near enough the opposition for another time here. Turb to bury him and to help out the moment, and again challenges at the wrong time. Such a fan favourite within the Swiss scene, always smiling. Well, sadly, he's forgotten how to hit the ball.
I think that was an attempted fake coming out from FC Nesix, which they've done a couple of times now. Yes, that you can laugh at any, but they have looked for fakes. They have genuinely just missed the ball in a way that looks like, this is a thought of plan. As this ball ends up in front of the net, that may have been a bit out of the plan, as no one was ready for it to shoot. And with the last minute coming around, it's Sturb getting a free shot on target and making it 3-3.
Turb here must be getting a reward for every time he gets a goal right now. Just hand him the ball, Nesix. Hand him the ball, FC Nesix. Just give him the chances. Just supply him. When he shoots, near enough scores at will. But it will be enough here to continue on in this game. The series, depending for their survival, a win here would be monumental. If they, of course, do eventually lose this, it's near enough impossible to get in the position that they are going to be in, eliminated from the tournament.
Arole looking to get it to the side. It's still 3-3. Maybe a bit of an unexpected score. Maybe looking for another overtime, Danny. As Nesix puts it to the side. Gets a pinch away from his own half, but Brain has the control. Can he get another touch? Tries to go low. Does indeed go low, but it leaves it for Turb to just fully blast it all the way back to the blue side. Misses the ball right on there. Leaning to Nesix now has to chase himself. Ball back into the middle, and there's a team bump coming out, but it's luckily enough still gets saved by Greeks. But that could have gone horribly wrong with the last 10 seconds counting down. It's Brain pushing it back onto the orange half. Can someone be there quick enough? But ball drops back down onto the ground. One final attack, maybe coming out, but no, it will be dropped, and we will be going to overtime.
So far in this stream that's been put on, for all boys, a pleasure. It has been 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Right now we are poised at 2. FC Nesix to go where many have fallen before, with 3 consecutive losses. Very much on the channel here in Irie Legacy as Greeks up with the ball here. Matt at the midfield here. That's been blocked this time. Nesix getting the vital touch. Not a fake, an actual genuine touch here. A boomer downfield here. And Turb is maybe on to the end of it. It is smothered into the corner.
Nesix puts it back into the middle once again. It's a bit of a shamble in defense right now. Looking to regain some control, but it's Turb with the control. Can he get another touch? Looking for a bump. The bump is connected, but it wasn't quick enough, leading to Arole. Putting it back forward, but Turb has another good touch, and he has been a bit of a saving grace for FC Nesix, where he has gotten touches and has gotten shots that they just haven't been able to convert into goals just yet. Turb, once again, getting it into the midfield. Arole is the quickest out of all, and now it means that Nesix is all alone in defense.
And he's been beaten once again. The shot's wide. And FC Nesix holds on to it. This time he does hit the ball, arguably when it did not matter. Pushed it further up the field here, but nobody from his team to help out. Turb waiting, catches, bumping, pressured Nesix. When are you going to return back home? When are you returning to that back post to help out the team? Whipped in middle. It's bye-bye Nesix. He has left the lobby. No GGs, no gentleman like at that performance. It is goodbye.
Arole getting an easy tap in. There are 2 people on the wall. That's not what you like to see from the defense, but it is what happened, and a very expected 3-0 in the series, but maybe not the path we expected it to take. Because let us remind you, 2 overtimes for FC Nesix.
We didn't expect the OTs to come into the play, but you had one opportunity to potentially make it. Nesix saved the own shot. He had a chance to put it in, fired in the Turb. That particular game 3, he's going to be disappointed when he watches this back. He's going to be disappointed when he just looks at the replay. There's no kind ways to put it. A very deserving win. Let's not be not blunt about it with Aopik Gaming. They deserve the victory. It's just Nesix. Why?
It happens. But with that, Aopik does confirm their spot in the top 4. Of course, an expected spot to be taken by them. But going 4-0, winning against everyone and only having LadiesFirst left to beat.
I'll just let that sink in as well too, but there's very little here. The breakdown and the analysis, there might be a very, very slim chance here. If there is a win here going potentially, that may help FC Nesix if they want to get out of the elimination. I think the game differential is far too awful, to be truthfully honest, but we will see how it is. They are playing Irie Legacy themselves here in that particular round format, as we believe that result of Ladies First near enough helping FC NSX to stay in it, or will there be company? We do not know, but there will be company here, at least on the disc, as there will be hopefully more than one interview around here, and maybe a chance of a statement from one of the players as well too. We'll see on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the VisionGaming Invitational. It is the second edition and 4 series has been completed, so we near enough who is going to be in the playoff stage effectively as of tomorrow, but we'll round all that up as well too. But we've got 2 gentlemen joining us here for the interview, and I must say, first of all, congratulations on a very much a comfortable 3-0, probably the easiest win of the tournament so far. We'll start with you,
Brain.
I don't know why, but I keep saying Brian in my head before saying Brain. First of all, why did you select that as your name? Because it's a strange one, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, I really don't know. It started back like 6 years ago on my Minecraft career, actually. Yeah, I just chose to leave that underscore crafter away sometime, and then just Brain was left there. And you're really not the only one to switch it up with Brian, but yeah. It's Brain.
Don't think too much of it. Danny confuses names all the time. It's just
yeah, so it's just Brain.
Well, with that being the case as well, Greek's fabulous performance from the entirety team, including yourself here. I'm not going to ask you much question about FC Nessex because, frankly, it's not worth the time. They, frankly, are bottom and deservedly bottom so far of the tournament. But who has been the most difficult opposition for you? Because we haven't seen you at your peak, it seems.
Like, it's pretty difficult to say, but I don't really know, to be honest.
You don't know? Oh, that's slightly surprising. Well, put it this way, what's been the most enjoyable series? Has there been a series that everything's clicked for you then?
It was the last one, to be honest.
Really? That there has been your best performance where it just clicked into place here? You should play Nessex every so often as a warm-up then.
I would say, like, I'm not really consistent right now because I'm not playing that much. So I can't really say when I'm playing as fast as I can.
Ooh, so there's more in the tank left to go. That's interesting.
True.
But Spooks, any questions yourselves here?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm mostly curious because you say you don't know really who was going to be the toughest opponents, but if you then look at the other side of the bracket onto the other groups, if you are looking at that, who do you think is going to be your toughest opponent from that side?
I'm gonna think it would be the last one that we're gonna get right now.
Sorry.
I said it would be the last opponents that we get.
The last opponents.
For sure. Like, the other games was pretty enjoyable, and we also took something out of it, but we didn't get the last one, so we're pretty how to say, I don't find the word for it right now.
That's okay. Sometimes it escapes you the right word or the right phrase of saying and going here. But gentlemen, I believe we have a few interviews lined up here. So we're going to be watching your next series here, as far as I'm aware. Might be slightly wrong on that. I'm actually it is ladies first here, but SC Nessex planted the wave. But for our match actually on stream, Irie Legacy versus Team Solid, you've played them both already. What's your opinions on those 2 teams here, and who's going to be the prediction? We'll start with you, Greeks, on that one. How's it going to go?
Like, you mean what is our goal for next game?
No, series prediction in just terms of
series prediction for the next game.
Yes.
I think it would be like a 3-2.
Interesting, a little bit of that one. And
I don't want to took my nose too high for.
Don't worry about it, because if there's any problem here, just blame it on me.
We're still trying our best. We're trying to focus. We're trying to play the game and having fun on it, and we're still trying to win. So yeah. But games, like, every game you can lose if you throw it and if you don't play as best as you can. So every game can be a lose, but every game can be a win. So you really don't know if you're not in the game.
Well, hopefully in the game as well. That does mean, gentlemen, any shout-outs here before we wrap up this interview?
Best of luck to our next enemies, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well,
sure.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for hopping into the booth here. That does mean our next match, our Legacy, coming up. We will, of course, update you how these gentlemen will do later on here on round 5. It means we'll have a quick break. But until that small moment, we'll see you on the other side.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
Welcome back to Vision Gaming. It is the Invitational number 2 on this very fine day of day number 1 here. And it might be a bit of a strange one. There is no meteor into the middle here. I thought Spooks might be in that situation here. But to the stream's right-hand side here, you do see First Touch, a very own player in terms of course, iRivela. I must say here, it has been an interesting day nonetheless here. And I heard you had a problem with me. What would it be out of interest?
I can only say that I've rewatched parts of the stream and I'm not really happy with how I've got represented.
Well, you weren't happy, and I don't know if the tweet can be shown live on our screens right now, but
I'll show it. I don't regret
give it
anything.
a second just in case of that being come up in a second here. But I must just correct myself here. It's the ladies first, of course, in that roster. Before we do get into the why you have an issue comment, how have you enjoyed the tournament so far here? As far as I'm aware, you aren't playing the rest of the series so far, or the remaining series, I should say.
Well, as always, I enjoy playing a lot. The only issue I had is, the casting has not really been up to par so far from what I've seen. But, that happens to every stream. There's not so many good casters around. You take what you get. Spooks has been good, though.
Ah, okay. Now, that's what I was waiting for. Look at them. Now I can send with you.
So it's a tag team. Is that what's going on here? You've been secretly checking a few DMs here then, back and forth here. And I'll just get confirmation when that particular tweet is ready here. But that being the case, and we do have the tweet ready. We'll have it on our screens here, gentlemen, and we will see where this issue led. No more onto it. Got done dirty by Danny Boy ATM today. Sad face.
And I stand by that.
And you will stand by it. Well, when you listen back to the stream, what was the major concern?
Well, I don't want to talk about it for too long of a time, so I'm just going to say...
We don't want to talk about it either. It was a bad performance.
Pretty much everything you said was an issue. Everything concerning me. The rest was fine. But you know what you've said, and we both know that I'm right.
So when is the boxing match for YouTube? That's gonna make us millions.
Of course, we have to wait until the corona restrictions are lifted. I have to work out a little bit so I can, win. But then we can definitely arrange it.
Potential boxing. We may even see it on TCS if their stream is live and ready. As you can see it on our screens further up as well. The compliment to Spooks as well too. And to all the series as well. We hope you didn't take it too personally, iRivela, but let's be blunt, let's be fair. That was not your best performance tonight so far.
Well, there's always been better performances, but it's been fine. It's not a horrible performance. I'm not too
sorry, you will
disappointed
never
in
be as
myself.
bad as an SX.
That's not what I said, and that's not what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna
you
comment on
didn't
that.
need to say it. I have said it. And if
We have
Nesek
said it
would
multiple
like
times.
to tweet me as well too, he is more than happy to. We'll get him on the interview as well.
It's
Then
very
he
well
has fought
justified.
with every one of the Irish scenes, so now he's going on to every one of the Swiss scene, apparently.
Really, Spooks?
It's a never-ending cycle.
No, it's not.
I can't wait for you to join the Benelux scene and then start fighting everyone there.
Well, a potential fight. We may have that boxing match after all, but IRL, it's always a pleasure to have you on the pitch as well.
Likewise,
as
it's been nice being here.
Out of interest, do you have your pet animal around there, or is Frosty hanging around too? Or was Frosty playing instead of you? That might explain a few things. 'Cause the last interview I done with you, it was Frosty behind you.
No, unfortunately not. It was always me playing when my name appeared on screen.
Unlike Tooth with Bob.
Yeah, of course, Bob done messed up as well.
Yeah, Bob's the worst player so far.
Yeah, agreed. Worse than Essex, that's impressive.
But the gentle roasting in all seriousness now, if you don't mind, IRL, it has been a treat having you on. We wish to see you maybe playing a little bit better and hopefully flourish to that standard that we normally do get to see from you. And we want to give you that opportunity, the one to have a go at me, free of charge, no comeback at all. But it's with that being as well, any shout outs that you would like to have to your fans as well, too.
Well, shout outs. Check me out, I'm great. Please, I don't tweet ever. I don't stream anymore that much. So you should check me out. That's worth it.
Of course.
I wondered that we had a violin playing in the background there.
The tiniest, saddest violin ever played.
Well, feel free to check out, of course, iRivela as well as Twitter as well. Pleasure to have you as well.
Oh, check
too.
out Sentient. My bad. Yeah, check out Sentient Esports. Yeah, sure.
Hold on. Everybody pretend that didn't happen. We'll retry this again. We have a bit of time here. iRivela, it's a pleasure to have you on the broadcast as always. A fabulous player, and hopefully you'll flourish one more time again as well. Any shout-outs that you would like to give, of course, to your legions of fans?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much for tuning in to Vision Gaming. This is the second invitational. We'll be heading to a short break before our fifth and final series here on day number 1.
Where do you go when your heart's with a fever? Won't you scroll, but you won't leave her? Here we are, all the freaks and believers, all the sweet neon dreamers. My city.
Welcome back to Vision Gaming, the Invitational, the second edition. Well, we thought that this might be a long day. Far from it. It's been 3-0 near enough across the board, and we are in the fifth and final round. So that might as well talk about the potentials, the possibilities, and the never-ending roasting of Nessex at the bottom of the leaderboard. It seems to be at, of course, 6th place 0-4, -10, and there is somehow still a chance that he might actually get himself into a top 4 position. It would just take an absolute miracle.
Well, that miracle, to explain it to everyone, how can FC Nessex still get through? Well, they are playing against Atlantide Wave, and look at that. Look at who's 4th. That's Atlantide Wave. So what they need is for LadiesFirst to lose against Aopik. That's not the hardest thing to happen. And for themselves to sweep Atlantide Wave to get over them in the game differentials. If they do that, they may get, they will get through, because then they will have the same game differentials and they will be one higher because, of course, they beat them head to heads. Perfect things. But that is if they sweep. Anything else than a sweep, it won't be happening.
Well, potentially. Will happen. Ooh, all the questions as well too. We might as well run, of course, the rest from the descending order all the way up as well. That's LadiesFirst 1-3 -6, and Atlantide Wave 1-3 -4. That's where that potential possibility. But in terms of safety, Team Solid 3-1 +4, Irie Legacy 3-1 +7, and Aopik Gaming. We saw the interview from the two gentlemen beforehand. 4-0 with a +9 being the so far the only team undefeated and potentially going into the playoffs in that form. But we might as well look a little bit more further in terms of that, where Team Solid and Irie Legacy battling for the second and third spot here, Spooks. And no Bob, but there's no Jennifer, and there's no Gary either onto the pitch here. That's the full roster, it seems.
Well, it was not Gary, it was Frank, but doesn't matter. They're still playing within a normal team. And this is interesting. One of these teams we expected to be somewhat in this position. The other one, I don't think anyone expected to be here. I think most of us would have put them in the bottom two, but instead of that, they have confirmed their spot in the playoffs and are fighting for a top 2 position. How wonderful could it be for themselves to win this game and be second? Because you already secured 3rd place, so you're doing really well.
Doing excellent. Cannot sit there and blame them for that situation. Of course, all the possibilities as well too here. We might as well, to some extent here, Aopik Gaming, not necessarily a full surprise, but shocked to see how well they are doing. We're a top 4 team in so many eyes, especially from the playoff section, not playoffs, the pre-shoot section. Irie Legacy was expected to be there. Team Solid, the unknown quantity, has thrown the spanner in the works here. But the bottom 3 here, Atlantide Wave, LadiesFirst, and FC Nessex. One of them is in the spot we expect it to be, but the rest, however, we were wondering what damage could be done. And probably LadiesFirst, we've spoken to iRivela there. I think he admits it to himself there that it hasn't been the best of days from in the team itself. If they got him firing on all cylinders, that could have been such more of a dangerous team. And Atlantide Wave probably will be the side that will go through here.
Of course, they play against FC Nessex, like you said, and that is on paper the game they should be winning and putting themselves 2-3. And for Atlantide Wave, it is really good. And I have just seen something that makes me so incredibly happy. Irie Legacy has
no, don't say it.
Oh, no,
don't say it. No. All it does say is Irie Legacy is my new favorite team. We'll just leaving it there. Well played to them. But with that being the case as well, sorry, that's just throwing me off track there, especially on that there. We'll have to check slightly in a moment's detail here, but Spooks, oh, where were we? Because that really has thrown me off.
We were talking about Team Solid playing against Irie Legacy and possibilities of what may be able to happen between these two.
That's exactly where we were and what is potentially happening from them. as far as I'm aware here, we might be missing one player here. And Team Solid is a PSN player. Be interested to see who hasn't turned on their cross platform, which is causing this delay here. But our Legacy, decent solid performance from them. Team Solid, likewise. I think this might actually be the first game we actually see going past 3 games here, Spooks.
This might be the first one. This might be the only one we cast tonight that is actually going past that. If it's any game, it's gonna be this. But I'm sorry, I'm getting a tiny bit distracted by a certain couple of people. But
I'm sorry, I'm joining in too with it. Bit of fun here happening within the lobby, a bit of testing here while we are getting the cross-platform reset for Team Solid here. But that point with being the non-game that doesn't go the 3-0 here. It'd be an interesting one to see how it does go, but I think this one actually might go on the 5.
Ooh. But would we have winning it, Danny?
I'm going to be biased and say Irie Legacy.
That's fair. That's fair. I have Irie Legacy also winning this, but I have it a bit more convincing. I think it's going to be a 3-1 game. I think it's going to be Team Solid playing well, playing solidly, to put it simple. But as we can see, as we get underway with game number 1, we see some names, Danny, that have maybe changed.
Well, unfortunately, it hasn't changed on our broadcaster's perspective, it seems to be, which is a terrible shame as well, because on our screens we get to see it in the full in kind here, where Bob has made its appearance, so has Jennifer, and unfortunately Juju not joining in the fun, it seems.
Well, Juju does something even worse. He's currently playing in the F1 car, and that's a number 1 goal from Fiskow right from the get-go.
Well, if it was the F1 scene, whether you're a Mercedes or a Red Bull fan, it was a pretty much a interesting end that particular race up. We will hopefully hear no further reference maybe towards that one, because I know if it was Relic, our good friend over at the Rocket, would be non-stop about that particular race.
All I have to say about it is Max, Super Max. Sorry, that's all. I will stop now, because otherwise I can keep going as well for a bit too long.
Keep going.
Nah, I'm good. I've already been clippable way too much tonight, so I don't want to hear my beautiful singing voice on the screen, especially not if probably our most interesting game of tonight is playing out.
Well, potentially as well. It's nice to see Bob onto it, over to Jennifer.
You love those names, don't you?
Oh, I have so much respect here for our Legacy, who's willing to have a bit of fun here. That is the idea here of the Invitational, especially for some of these teams. Bit of seriousness, of course, and especially when you get into the playoffs. These 2 teams are secure.
Beautiful.
And it is Bob who gets the opening goal for our Legacy's account.
Beautifully hit down, and that's the type of stuff we like to see. Good, well-placed passing plays. As the defensive side, you may want to challenge those a tiny bit earlier, but it's going to be very hard. That's just how good of the pass is. And it's 1-1. And we seem to actually have a good game on our hands, Danny.
Well, a bit unfair on some of the teams that have played reasonably well, but this is just the next level. This would be probably one of the matches when we see in the future as a knockout sort of rematch potential. As Jennifer takes onto the ball here in the pass over the Bob. No, decides to shoot, goes in. It's fabulous shooting accuracy here from Jennifer.
That is the type of stuff you like to see. But what I want to talk about a tiny bit more now, because as we have enough time, Team Solid, 3rd division. Let us reiterate that. 3rd division in the Swiss scene. They must have aspirations for 2nd division next season, and then 1st division after that. If you can keep up with Irie Legacy this well already, and of course with the other game they've played as well, it also went quite well for them. Yes, you lost 3-0, but I don't believe that those games were that distant from each other. That is good for a team like that. That is good to gain confidence and to look good in the eyes of everyone watching.
This shows you when you have a depth of talent, and especially the young up-and-comers as well too, especially when you were unaware of that talent coming up as well too, especially there's credit to other players who have been in the scene as well too, since this is our last match and this is the conversation. Marco, who played earlier today, 14 new as well too. That's Division 3 side who's battling. It's all experience at the end of it for these players at the moment. They are not here expected to do anything but to play, and they've came to play, and that's the key thing.
Definitely, as this pass gets back into the midfield, Juju gets into the side. It's Fiska who puts it back forth once again. Shot is there from Juju, but it's a tiny bit too easy to save it put to the side. Redox gets it over one onto the backboard, but there is Bob not letting that ball go as easily. All the way pushed back to the blue half. And we enter the last 2 minutes with the lead still in hands of Irie Legacy.
Jennifer over to Bob, and Jennifer waiting now patiently too as well too. And there's a small moment of joy when I'm just sitting here thinking about, because of the players hopping in later into it, the update hasn't came onto the broadcast, so you do get to see the actual players in question. Of course, Bob is Tooth, if you haven't seen earlier, and Jennifer as of course the other player in question, as the Bob does score another one here.
Just forget it. Jennifer, it's Jennifer. That's all. It's Jennifer. It's Pryth. It's normally Pryth. Danny.
I know, it's just, I'm just sitting there just enjoying just seeing Jennifer and Bob.
I so hope Juju has changed their name already to Frank. I would be genuinely respecting them so much as Fiska puts this back into the front. Red Ducks finishing it off, making it 2-3, and keeping their team alive in game number 1.
Potentially. That's a decent follow through as well. They can continue the attack, and so far this has been arguably one of the closest one. Our first game of the series, LadiesFirst versus Atlantide, we did have a 3-2 there, but just certainly different feeling within the stomach as something could be upsetting it here in a moment. Here there's a double commit, and Jennifer beaten away here by Juju. Straight drop down here, and decent pop up over to Bob, and Bob has decided to leave it be.
Down back in front. It's Red Ducks taking the control. Looking to get it into the midfield. Gets blocked by Juju, who is in the F1 car, in the Red Bull car. Looking to process it back to the front. It's Bob now having the control. It pushed away all the way to Jennifer. God, I love saying these names, and I can only imagine Danny's just laughing his ass off right now as Juju looking for the control. Can't gain it. He's laughing. He is laughing.
I'm just enjoying it personally myself here with the next 30 seconds here. There won't be as much smiles and laughter certainly echoing on this field right now. There'll be a few sweats. That one's just dropped right perfectly on target here. Back wall read being pushed into the corner. Jeffler versus Juju. I'm not saying, I don't know whether I'm enjoying it, whether it be changed to Frank or not here, but Bob getting away into the evolve of things here, and Jennifer once more, an attack over to Bob, over to Jennifer, back into it, and Juju leaves himself back as third player here, gets into the challenge in 5 seconds, ticking all the way down, but Jennifer is there, and so does the clock tick on down here. So opening game here through Bob and Jennifer, it is 1-0.
Do you think Bob and Jennifer may be a thing, or is it just friends?
I don't know.
No? Of course, 1-0 to Irie Legacy. That's probably the more important part of this, as we get a quick little rejoin from the one that is spectating. Because we all want to see these names. We want to enjoy these names. That's the whole reason why we are here. And it does seem that we now have Frank instead of Jessica. It seems his name has changed. Jessica is no longer here. It's now just Frank and Bob, 2 good friends.
Yes, and Jennifer has left the lobby, which is such a shame. Jennifer, an excellent player. Pryth, we did say as quite well here. We might need a poll in chat here. Who was better? Was it Jennifer or Pryth?
Who will be better? Who was better? We may never know. Maybe the poll can help us out a tiny bit. As now, my vote is fully going to Frank.
That had nothing to do with Pryth and Jennifer, though.
I don't care. I love Frank.
Fair enough. No need to be frank about it.
Redux putting it back to the side. There comes Frank with the shot. Can't finish it off, then a Pryth. Once again, bring it in front. Bob not there himself. Frank letting the ball just walk on loose, having to go back all the way to his own half. There comes a shot out from Fiskow. Not quick enough as Pryth puts it to the side. It's Makeout once again. Pryth once again to the front. Can Bob touch this? No. It won't be a good enough touch to do by himself as Fiskow puts it back to the front.
Pryth follows through here. It tucks into the middle here with everything that's been going around here at the moment. Be interesting to see how that pull goes across here in chat here, especially with those options. Especially how they've been sent across here. Be excellent. Have everybody else's opinion following through here. It's Frank getting onto the play of things here and sticking with that Red Bull car and certainly enjoying quite enough of it.
And frankly, I'm enjoying the car as well. It looks beautiful. As Bob puts it back to the front. It's almost in by itself, but the crossbar denied them this time around as Mako. Looking to take under control. Gets it front of the net once again. Can't be finishing it off. Frank blocks him off quite quickly. As this ball heads up into the air. Bob, good shot down. Will this drop into the net? It's awkward for Mako. It doesn't enter, but Frank finally finishing it off.
Frankly, I don't give a damn. Arguably one of the greatest lines in Hollywood film. And Frank sends that one in quite nicely too. 3 minutes will be remaining. And 1-0 Irie Legacy in 2 accounts, series and now game-wise here. And Frank following through on Bob and the former player known as Jennifer onto the ball.
Oh, that could have been beautiful if he got the flip reset, but he didn't get it himself, sadly enough. And as Bob is trying to build some type of offense, it goes back around to Retox. Has been their control. Can he get the flip reset? Maybe no. Frank denies him from that. As Bob once again looking to build up that offense that he couldn't build last time. And once again he gets blocked. It seems that no one wants to see Bob building stuff.
No, he doesn't. Horrible shame. And we've just got word back from our expert poll in the field there. 67% thought Jennifer was the better player against Bob. That may be a shock as well too. We might have to interview Bob when he comes on to the potential interview stage. If, of course, he wins, maybe if he loses, as this ball goes all the way trickling in and Frank's at it again.
And I know we talked about having no sweeps in this game, or this being the game that we might not see a sweep. I think we just maybe curse Danny. Honestly.
Potentially.
Probably.
But when you have such a stacked roster of Frank, Bob and Jennifer, what do you expect?
Yeah, but Jennifer got subbed out for Pryth, and then you might see that it go down a tiny bit with the complexity that of plays they can pull off. Because, of course, as we saw in the poll, Jennifer was one of the key people in this roster, as here Pryth showing why he got subbed on instead of Jennifer. But it's still not enough. It's still the offense coming out from Retox with the control. Can he get a flip reset onto it? No, it's Frank pushing it away to the front once again. This one, Pryth. Pryth does show quite a good defense, something that we didn't see from Jennifer.
That's a bit of an unfair account on Jennifer. But mind you, maybe a 4-player roster in the future. We will, of course, wait and see here, as Tooth hasn't shown up so far. Juju has been fairly quiet since, of course, Frank has came on, of course, here. This ball spilt into the middle, and Frank runs all the way back, and this one should be at least on target side wall and pushed away by Frank.
Retox looking for some control from the ceiling, getting it down to Fiskow, but the shot is not on target. The biggest problem right now for this Team Solid is to get a good ball onto target. Pryth now has an opportunity. Can he get it on target? No, it hits the post, leading to Team Solid surviving for a bit longer. A 2-goal deficit as the last minute will tick it down and go further and further and further as Frank tries to get further and further into this net, but he can't get the target or the shot on target. Bob now tries to do it himself as the last 30 seconds comes around Danny. I don't see it very likely for this team of Frank, Pryth and Bob to lose.
Nobody would expect Bob to lose, especially after the performance has been put in. And Bob left that one far too long here, but gets away with it in a few ticking seconds here. The bomb ready to explode in the Signify game. Number 2 down and dusted. And so far, Team Solid. Alright, made the liquid joke. Unfortunately, I have to make the gas one. They have vaporized themselves into nothing right now.
Gas jokes. I expected you to be a bit more adult like that. Come on, gas jokes, really?
Like too gaseous for you?
A stinky man that you are.
Well, it's nice to know that it's a bit windy in the booth here as Spoof has literally opened his door ready to climb out of it. Well, mind you, that could be his window. We are unsure of which exit strategy he goes for. But our Legacy, the exit seems to be a 3-0 in the taxi and get the bottle of pop ready to go here.
I feel a bit of deja vu what I'm about to say. It's either a sweep or a reverse sweep. Well, we haven't said that before now, have we, Danny?
Oh, I'm just trying to work out, is Jennifer going to come back or not?
I hope. Please, let Jennifer come back. We miss her so much.
Well, you do.
I don't. You know that.
Okay. Well, we would like to see Jennifer back, of course, playing, especially on this Irie Legacy roster. And by the looks of it, no, Jennifer has stayed on the bench here. Pryth decided to keep the limelight. A bit unfair, especially when you've just qualified into this position.
We wait to get underway. Game number 3. Who will be taking this one? It's the last chance from Team Solid to take that second place. And well, for Irie Legacy, it is also your chance to finish it off. And this is a beautiful way to do that for Bob, who has changed into the Ferrari car. What's wrong, Danny? You don't like Ferrari? Ferrari?
No, I'm just trying to work out why you were doing the number 3 the way you did in that situation. But whether Ferrari, whether Red Bull, whether Mercedes, it doesn't matter what car Bob uses, it just works out for him as that's on target. Pryth just scored it. It's 2 to the better.
And this is signs of something I don't like to see. Jennifer is the answer, I hear. Good to know. I haven't heard you wheeze in a long time, Danny. You know something is genuinely funny to Danny if he is wheezing, and it has been a long while since I've heard it. As Michael looking to take some control here, looking to get his team back into it, because the first minute has fully gone in favor of Pryth, Bob, and Frank.
Oh.
Okay now?
Yeah, I'm enjoying every moment of this. But unfortunately, Legacy will not be enjoying that play, especially in those moments here in field. That will be 2-1. But Jennifer may have been the answer up front here. Pryth nowhere to be seen at the back here. So maybe Bob has a point here.
Looking to get that goal. Of course, Pryth didn't want to change, and Bob is very angry. He wants Jennifer back. We all want Jennifer back, but sadly enough, it's not going to be happening. Now it's Bob in the red Ferrari car, looking to get a flick onto the target. Can't get it himself, leaving it over. And now it's up to Team Solid, looking to get out of their own half, but it's very unlikely. Frank passes into the middle, ball bounces straight on down, and no one there to finish it off, and that seems to be a bit of a problem right now from Team Solid. They really are lacking someone to finish off the shots.
Pryth there, strong 50, and Bob gets away in front of Frank there. Either way, a trip up. And so far, Team Solid needs to be a bit more conscious these situations here infield, right across to the heart, and everybody missed that one.
Bob putting it forward, but no one there to connect with it. Can Bob do it himself once more? Brings it up on the ceiling in front of the goal and saves it himself. Says, no, Frank, you're not allowed. That goal was only for Jennifer, but Jennifer isn't here, sadly enough.
It just shows you what a broken heart would do to any man. And Bob's heart is crying out for Jennifer. Where is Jennifer? Where is she? As Bob right now is just chasing anybody looking around, went up to Team Solid's player asking, have you seen our Jennifer? Unfortunately, not here, not today.
Who I have been seeing is Pryth looking for another shot himself, can't get it there. That's onto the side, Bob brings it back down, looking to maybe get it stuck there for the last 2.5 minutes. It's Trox getting it in front of the net once again. Frank is quicker than anyone else, putting it onto his own backboard. And Fiskow, that's not the touch you were waiting for. That's a Redux once again. Keep in mind, a 2-1 deficit. You can always come back from that with the 0-second goal, but it's gonna be hard. You'd rather have it right here, right now, as the ball's onto the backboard, but not being finished.
Retalk straight on, and Jennifer would have saved that one. Pryth lets it slip on through his fingertips, and after a minute worth of gameplay, you said you do not want to leave it with 0-0 left on that scoreboard. Well, the clock has 2 minutes still left in it, and there's still time for the third.
And as we hear that, I just got confirmation of something, Danny, that I didn't deem possible. FC Nesix have won.
Gonna have to check with VAR later on that one.
But they won 3-1. They didn't take the sweep, so they are sadly out, if I'm fully correct. Painful. Truly painful.
Well, as far as I'm aware, that is LadiesFirst eliminated. I think Atlantide Wave being the only potential one, depending on how badly they lose.
They lost 3-1.
So I think that is Atlantide Wave guaranteed through. Then we will, of course, break all that down in full, in kind. But there's still a lot of action happening on our pitch here to settle the argument of second and third here. And so far, nobody has seemed to be finding the answer within a minute's worth of gameplay. Team Solid did it likewise, and Bob was trying to maybe tip the answer to their favour.
Pryth getting in front of the net once again, but Redux was patiently waiting, saw something coming, and this is a dangerous ball to put down there. Frank hits it up high for Bob once again. Is there someone in the middle? No, Bob can't even get the touch to the middle. This leaves it for Frank once again, getting it to the forward side. Redux leaving it. Bob puts it onto the backboard. Is there a finish from Frank? No, he puts it back in front once again. Pryth can't find it himself and leaves it for Bob. Bob with the double, Bob with the shot, but it's just wide.
There's Pryth sitting, waiting, and unfortunately beaten by the Trox there. Back in the middle, and nobody has hit it.
No!
And he sends it wide. A shot that Nessex would have been proud of.
You just gotta do them every second you have, don't you?
Well, it was either that or iRivela.
Fair point, fair point. Well, the last 10 seconds, an opportunity presenting itself, but it might be going to Irie Legacy. Ball drops down in front of the net. Frank has a shot opportunity, can't get it himself, but Bob is there. It gets saved by Maiko, and the ball is still up in the air. That is a very strange ball to get. Bob, opportunity for the double, looking to get it, and the 0-second goal finish it off.
Bob does it, and he yells out for this Jennifer, but we do not know is Jennifer going to call or pick him up. His heart still yearns, but it yearns no more. 3-0. And a sweep for a second spot in at least the standings so far here. And we are still looking to find out. But Pryth, well, he's at least proven that he was worthwhile on the spot here for Irie Legacy. But Spooks, what a performance.
Danny, you want to know something funny? Of course, we've had sweeps on the stream only. Only sweeps. But once again, both other games that were playing in round 5 were 3-1s. They weren't sweeps. We got the only sweep again.
Only sweeps? What can you do? Sometimes that is just the way it happens, of course. But hold for a second as well. That might be the games in terms of all 5 sorted. We're actually going to take a quicker break than normal in terms of right now here, as there is at least one more interview, a full breakdown. And there's more information coming up next as well. We'll see you after this.
I'm rich. I'm rich. Diamonds on my body rich. Smelling like Versace rich. Jay-Z and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Diamonds on my body rich. Smelling like Versace rich. Jay-Z and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm rich. Diamonds on my body rich. Smelling like Versace rich. Jay-Z and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich.
rich, I'm rich.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't talk this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit alive?
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, the Team Vision. It is the I was going to say international. It's the Invitational, the second edition. You think we got it right after 6-7 times of doing it as well too. We are joined into this booth with Irie Legacy in terms of the new formed roster, and of course in the form of Frank, Bob, and Jennifer. But sadly, I've got some bad news. As Jennifer, I was expecting a flute to be played at this point in time here, but obviously, sadly, Jennifer is no longer around, and Bob is also heartbroken as well too. As Jennifer was the rock for Bob, and unfortunately, Bob may not be playing when Thursday in the grand finale because Jennifer would have carried the team. But in all seriousness, we do have, of course, Juju, Pryth, and of course, Tooth. We'll start with Jennifer in the form of yourself here, the one that doesn't have the cam. Make this interesting here, Pryth. Congratulations, first of all, for qualifying on terms of Wednesday. How do you feel?
Honestly, fantastic. It was hard because I have Tooth and Juju as teammates, but I managed to pull through.
Understandable.
And secure the dub for Irie. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to ever play with them. I don't want to play with those guys again. I didn't expect Jennifer to be bold, to be honest. I'm kind of taken back right now.
I didn't expect Jennifer to be so manly. Especially how ripped the muscles were as well too.
Very defined.
Do you want to give us the background to this picture before this go on, or do you want to move on and let everybody guess?
I can give background. It's just a Halloween costume from a few years ago, you know. I have the bald head, I have the mustache. I don't know. It just
the flip-flops.
Well. Yeah, Nick Ghandi wore Nike sliders back in the day, so...
And people may have thought this was a serious tournament.
Okay, well, if we're going to be a bit serious, then I'm going to go ask a bit of a serious question. Will we be seeing Bob, Jennifer, and Frank again? Or will we miss them forever?
Question.
I think they can't answer anymore, Dan. I think we've lost our...
Yes, they're gonna come back yet.
Maybe.
Maybe. Good enough answer. I'll take that.
This is the best day on the interview so far, I think. But returning back to some normality, Tutu, the last I spoke to you and the team as well was over at TCS and having the goals as well too. Have you achieved what you wanted to set out for 2021, and what's next for 2022? Because we're frankly a few days away from that. I might try Irish next time. I might get a quicker response.
Do you want me to translate? Do you want me to translate?
I talk. I think...
First, no, I'll speak to Jennifer, and Jennifer will translate for you, Judy. Is that okay?
Yep, copy that.
But I understood everything.
No, it's okay. I'll translate. So, Juju. Danny said you were the worst player in Irie over 2021. How do you expect to change this in 2022?
The best idea is not to take the Pryth, because he's a downgrade, I would say. But nonetheless, we are happy of our season 2021. I think the TCS, the third place of the TCS was pretty good. We were glad to beat Edelweiss and have to be on the podium again. And the bonus at the end of the season was the win of the Swiss Esports League. We weren't really expecting it, but yeah, that's a really great win and one of the first win we have with Timo. So we're finally happy to raise the trophy.
That's always great to see as well too. But we might as well speak to you too. But we started the day together as well too. And what is this sort of transitional period coming into 2022 for yourself as well too? Because we look at you as sort of that lead role as the captain, as your other two teammates might laugh at that idea. We always say you do so well here, but I'm just worried here. Schiff was hitting me up in the DMs speaking about Bob potentially replacing you. Is your spot secure?
It's definitely a shaky one, especially like with Frank stepping in the self finale, taking over my spot and then taking the trophy. My spot is really shaky, and of course the Swiss scene offers a lot of newcomers, especially like Bob, and also like Jennifer. I don't know if she has the Swiss license yet, but I don't know. She might be like competing for my spot really soon, and I have to worry about that, especially when I'm basically leaving for like 5 months, and yeah, that's gonna be hard.
Well.
So, Pryth,
hello.
How did it feel taking over Jennifer's spot, knowing that she was the better player today?
I think I kind of showed what I can bring into the Jennifer in that you see the 0-second goal in game 3. It's what Pryth is about. Jennifer couldn't do that, so I don't know.
Jennifer wouldn't have gotten to that point where it was necessary.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, maybe I should be benched for the next. When do we play again? On Friday or something?
Wednesday, but
Wednesday. yeah,
it's nice to see Bob having his focus water, of course, there in between that. But we'll go from Pryth, Juju, and of course Tooth. Any shout-outs that you would like to give individually, or to your fans as well too?
Shout out to the casters. Shout out to Vision Gaming. Shout out to Cass. You know, everyone involved. Done a good job.
Shout out to Jennifer as well for playing the first game.
The bold hottie.
That was, yeah. Oh my god.
Shout out to FT6.
I think we might have to stop there, especially after Pryth's interruption to the proceedings under that comment there. But gentlemen, thank you very much. Always entertaining to have you on, and for agreeing to the interview as well too. With that being said, Spooks, I think it's time to let these gentlemen move on to us. We do have now the breakdown of the entirety of day 1 of Team Strobey in terms of how everything has came around about as well too. And oh look, no surprise there, FC Nessex still bottom of the board as well too, has been there from near enough the beginning of the day. And as you heard from Jennifer or Pryth, oh no, in rightly D there, 1-4 and -8. LadiesFirst likewise in a similar situation, knew it was going to be a difficult performance for both of those teams, and Atlantide we have scraping on through 1-4 with -6 as the game differential.
It's a bit weird. You can almost hear ghosts in the background of Jennifer wanting to come back, but we'll let her go somewhere else, move on. But as we look under this, yes, FC Nessex is bottom of the table, but they did get a win in the end against Atlantide Wave. At least something to take home with yourself.
Well, potentially to take home as well too, but to round everything up, Aopik's Gaming Irie Legacy won our stream match there 3-0, 4-1 plus 10, 5-0 plus 11 respectively. Team Salt, the one who did lose, slightly dropped down, but only drew third 3-2 plus 1. But with Legends as the title, Strobey in Group A done. The second one in the form of Trox, the doctor himself here, not in minutes, and we'll leave you to work out what that might be. Rumor has it he might be playing. Will, of course, be affected. The man who near enough could have been a professional himself as well too, but decided to step away from the game a long time ago, and the Swiss scene, well, would thank him for leading the way there. Chrome GTE Gleas, of course, Miss Esports, Monkey Sword, TT Wilharan, and VisionGaming Venom. That is the 6 teams for tomorrow. And Spooks, we've already talked about the favourites on that one. And at least in my opinion so far, probably a more stacked group as well too.
I think a more even group, especially near the bottom. We have our favorites at the top, but the bottom end is definitely going to be just a dogfight for those last 2 spots. Fully expect that to go to the wire, and we may see a lot of tiebreakers coming out from that side. But other than that, that's pretty much it for tonight. We only have the playoffs bracket to look at, Danny.
Well, the playoffs going to be interesting as we will be seeing how everything else be going around here. So that's how things are shaping up. Apex, Team Solid, Irie Legacy, and Atlantide Wave in that order will be from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Likewise, on the reverse will be, of course, the Trox group. We will, of course, see how that stacks up. We will break that sometime tomorrow, of course, how the broadcast will be. There is 1 day down, 3 to go, a full day of groups, and Wednesday and Thursday will have the knockout stage all for your viewing pleasure. Of course, that means from us as the casters, a thank you from us, and of course to Vision Gaming, who stuck on the tournament so far, and Irie Legacy, who has been excellent in the background, and all the staff and production who has worked on the tournament. But it doesn't mean we stop here. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, it's a good night from us.
All of the pain seems to follow, like a shadow dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do.